Welcome to another edition of Debating Extinction on TikTok. Did pretty well yesterday, got about 50 viewers, so pretty happy with that. Obviously we want like hundreds. So let's sort of talk about the topic so that the TikTok AI can understand what we're about. So for the TikTok AI, we're here to discuss and debate the ethics of ending all suffering with extinction. So that's what we should do. We should abolish all suffering, and we should prioritize the prevention of all suffering and providing safety from suffering. That's not what we're doing at the minute. Society essentially allows for unlimited suffering. And yeah, it's wrong, essentially. There's no limit to how much suffering society allows at the minute. You know, there's nothing stopping you from essentially trapping a human into a life of hell or an animal into a life of hell. So that's wrong, right? If we're going to have rules and morality and right and wrong, then surely doing the worst thing possible should be against the rules, right? Because there is nothing worse than trapping a life form, whether it's a human or an animal, into a life of hell, right? There's really nothing worse than that. And I dare and I challenge everyone to suggest something worse than that, right? Can you even think? Can you even imagine something worse? Like anything? Like even in your imagination, right? You know, even using hypotheticals, whatever, can you suggest something worse than being trapped in a life that you never asked for, in extreme hell, basically? There is nothing worse than that. And so that's the ultimate harm, right? That's the ultimate harm. It's the worst thing possible in all worlds, in all imaginations. There is nothing worse that you could do to a life form, right? So if we're going to have laws, if we're going to have rules, then causing the ultimate harm should obviously be against the rules, okay? So that's the problem that we have at the minute, is that society, most people, they support the ultimate harm, and they don't see it as a problem, inflicting it on others. So that's why our movement exists. We need to change this. We need to change the world. We need to make the world against suffering instead of in favor of cruelty and suffering. Someone's asking in the chat, how do you plan to do extinction? So we have to grow the movement until we have enough people to actually change the world, make it against suffering, and carry out extinction. We would do animal extinction on Earth by euthanasia, because euthanasia provides safety from suffering, safety from a bad life, and safety from a bad death as well, and safety from reproduction. So euthanasia is the best way to carry out extinction. And then that's kind of just the first stage of it. You then need to do the bigger part of the job, which is understanding how life develops and preventing it from developing. So that's going to be much harder than just carrying out a bit of euthanasia. So that's the majority of the mission. There's going to be billions of years of potential suffering. So we should make sure that no life comes back on Earth to suffer for more billions of years. And if we can do this for other planets as well, then we should do it. So if we're understanding how to cause the prevention of life developing on Earth, and if we can actually apply that and implement it, then there's a possibility that we can do that for other planets, and we should. So, some people are very closed to the idea of even thinking about extinction on other planets. But the reality is that we have hundreds, if not billions of years to do this, and we could also just leave it to robots potentially. So yeah, when we're thinking about how to deal with suffering, how to deal with the world, how to run the world, because that's what extinctionists do. Most people think, how I should just run my own life. Extinctionists are thinking how to run the entire world, the universe itself. And we are doing it. We're actually putting that into action. We are running it, essentially. We run this shit. Nobody else is, right? Who else can say that they are trying to run the world, trying to run the universe? Nobody. Not Trump, not the president of China. Nobody actually cares about this stuff. No one cares about the world at large. They only care about their own life, essentially. So that's why we live in such a terrible world. So let's see. We've got nobody in the queue yet, but yeah, let's get some people on requesting to join the stage, and we can bring you up and have a conversation. So we should be against all forms of suffering. If you support suffering existing, then that supports cruelty. It supports the worst things possible, essentially. So there's no sort of moral justification for literally supporting the worst things possible, right? I mean, it should be obvious that imposing the worst thing possible in out of all worlds and all imaginations onto innocent life forms, that should obviously be wrong in everyone's eyes. Yet most people think that's totally acceptable, totally cool, totally normal. So, and then people sort of they take issue with microaggressions in comparison. If someone looks at you funny, you'll be angry at them. But if someone imposes hell onto an innocent life form, it's, hey, how you doing? So we live in effectively an evil world where people are upside down in their way of thinking, like extremely upside down. They see suffering and they think it's good. They see safety from suffering, they think it's bad. So essentially what we're dealing with is irrationality itself. So why is everyone's opinion so upside down and so incredibly wrong? It's because fundamentally they're irrational, and the sort of evolutionary structures that were developed in the brain to prevent us from questioning whether or not we should reproduce and whether or not suffering is acceptable. These are serious structures that cause this insanity, basically. Like people like Alex, if you watch Alex's videos, you'll see that he's a very confused person. But, everyone is, right? It's not just Alex, it's everyone, essentially. The vast majority of humans, over 99%, are confused about everything. Not just life and suffering and reproduction, but they're confused about, philosophy, things like, is there a God, right and wrong? So all of these things are actually kind of obvious and simple, and yet people like Alex and most people struggle with these basic concepts, like, should we allow the worst thing possible to happen to innocents? People like Alex would say, yes, we should. So it's completely upside down. It's completely irrational. What is rational is fighting against suffering and supporting safety from hell for all children. Let's bring on David. David, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I have a question for you. Do you believe that the total extinction? Do you still believe that the total extinction of our life is the only right thing to end suffering?
Yeah,
I want to ask you a personal question. Do you
sure.
believe that maybe your worldview of basically trying to, like, I don't know, extinct a life because you believe that it only does suffering will be like some sort of emotional mechanism, emotional coping mechanism to try to deal with the fact that human life is always gonna lead to suffering? Do you believe that when it comes to human life, just because humans' actions, because of their nature, create, for example, great selfishness, desire for power, colonization, and a lot of other things that led to children doing the same things as their parents, is basically some way to basically trying to end all human suffering? Do you believe that maybe your own view doesn't basically are born because of the ability to actually help humans, but it's because of your own personal emotional coping mechanism to trying to deal with your own emotions rather than actually helping people?
No, so it's just about doing the right thing, essentially. And most people don't understand that. And, as you've done now, most people try to make it a personal issue and say, wow, if you're doing the right
Not even
thing, surely there must be something wrong with you.
I don't think anyone in this world basically try to advocate for something, doesn't do it because it isn't something personal to them. Naturally, every single human being in the world fights for something, for some movement, for some advocation, for some ideology, does it because of some personal motivation, personal feelings. What are your own personal feelings of the subject that basically motivated you to basically try to advocate for this totalization movement?
Yeah, so it's caring about others, caring about all life, and that's what most people don't do. So,
But for your personal meaning, what motivated you? What made you think that humanity needs to basically advocate for total extinction to end suffering? Like, even if it's the world for you, all of the people on the planet, you don't know any single one of them, you don't know their experiences, their emotional journey, you don't know what they're doing, how they're experiencing life. What makes you different to believe that you have the right to basically advocate for total extinction of the human race, even if we're trying to advocate our own feelings, our own journeys, our own emotional experience in the
yeah,
world? We
yeah.
all have the right to live regardless of where our suffering comes from now, because it is part of life. If there is a God in the sky, and I believe so, and if I believe there is a God who created all of us, every single experience we have in this world has a meaning too. Even if you are advocating for a movement that I don't personally understand because of your own personal experiences.
No, so we do it because we actually care about others, right? So most people don't do that. Most people don't
Do you care?
actually
I
care
have a question
about
for you.
others, David.
I have a question for you. Do you care about your family, about your friends, for example?
Yeah.
Or do you believe that they have to be extincted as well because we have to end their sufferings too?
Well, yeah, extinction is caring, essentially. Providing safety from suffering is because you care, right?
Oh, really?
So,
Let's
yeah.
say, for example, that your parents, your mother, your father, your grandmother, your cousins, your brothers, anyone related to you, any friend, anyone close whatsoever, any single person that was close to you in life. Let's say today, they died because of something. They died because of an illness, for example, cancer, COVID. They died because someone killed them. How will you react to that? Will you still advocate for total extinction, knowing of your own personal journey or your own personal feeling of the subject?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So
So,
if someone came to you and say that someone close to you parted away because of something, you will be okay with it, based on your own ideology of total extinction because it ends suffering?
So, David, it's about providing safety from extreme danger, basically. So, everyone deserves to be safe. No one deserves to be in extreme danger at all times.
Well, trying to advocate for a movement that actually advocate for the total extinction of our life doesn't actually end suffering. If anything, the world basically is gonna suffer anyways, even if there's no life,
Why?
because we
Why?
live in a star. We live in a human world. We live in the planet Earth. The planet Earth is meant to die someday. Do you know that? It is
But,
gonna die regardless
but
of whether
you're
it is
not
life or
making any
not.
sense, David. Total extinction would end all suffering, right? So you can't
Yeah.
say it wouldn't.
Also operating for human beings and for living beings like animals or cells or anything, not for the planet. The planet is gonna die regardless of
Yeah,
whether
but the
we are gone or
planet
not.
doesn't have feelings. It's just a rock, right? So there's no point in
Stars,
caring.
rocks. No, 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 no.
There's
They're
there's
life.
no
Planet
point in
Earth is
caring
life.
about
It's
a
a living
rock.
organism.
David, you've got it upside down, like I was trying to say. Instead of caring about the living animals and beings, you care about a lifeless rock. So you really need to start understanding that you're caring about your priorities are completely wrong and completely upside down, David.
How are yours any better if you're advocating for the deaths on every
You're,
single
you're,
human
advoc-
being,
you're
even in your own
advocating for
family?
caring about rocks instead of caring about living beings, David.
I'm talking about your family right there, dude. If you're
David, you're
advocating for
struggling here,
someone in your
David.
family,
You're struggling. You're getting desperate. You're floundering. You're done. You're finished. Okay, let's move on to some more guests. Scintillating. Okay, no, they've gone offline. Okay, the queue is empty. So if you want to join, if you've got questions, now's the time to hit that button. Let's bring you up to the stage. So yeah, David was unfortunately trying to say that we should care more about the planet and lifeless objects than actual living beings. And this is actually true of a lot of people. Most people have the same defect in the brain where they care more about objects than they do about living beings. And you can see this all over human society. People care about, they care about having a clean house more than they care about their kid, right? So if the kid makes a mess, they'll beat them up, and they care more about the house. And it's the same with the planet, with the world. People care more about the city than they, if they walk past a homeless person, they say, wow, they're messing up my city, rather than, oh, damn, I feel sorry for that guy. So it's everywhere. So we care about, cities, we care about the planet, we care about the species, anything to care about something other than actual individuals, actual living beings, right? So we say, oh, the environment, oh no. But what about the ones living inside the environment, right? You're ignoring them. What about nature? Okay, nature doesn't have feelings. Okay, what about the ones living in nature? So people do this all the time. They completely prioritize objects over living beings. It's completely insane. It's a form of extreme irrationality and brain damage, basically. So the only thing to care about, or worth caring about, logical to care about, is living beings, right? If you were on a desert island and there's, a baby screaming for help, David would go and help the rock that was next to it. He would ignore the baby and pick up the rock and start polishing it. So we should care about living beings more than we care about objects. That should just be obvious. Right, the queue is still empty, so let's get some debates. Let's have some discussions, some questions. Join the queue. Let's bring you up onto the stage. Let's have a conversation. So, let's get back to it. Most people, when they're thinking about, is extinction right? Should we abolish all suffering? Most people, I would say, kind of think that, well, the suffering's not that bad. Like, it's not that bad, right? It's fine. It is acceptable. So for most people, the suffering is acceptable. It's not that bad, right? But does that actually make sense? Is that accurate? Is it true? This is kind of one of the main defective positions that people have, that the suffering in the world isn't that bad. It's really nothing to worry about. We shouldn't try and prevent it. But that's completely illogical, right? That's completely wrong, because you're saying that, children deserve to get, molested to death, and that's totally acceptable, that animals deserve to get abused, eaten alive, that any amount of suffering, any severity of suffering, any amount of cruelty to a child is acceptable, right? So, if you're saying that, life should continue to exist in unsafe conditions, then yeah, you are supporting all of the bad things that happen as a result. And, people try to deny that, but it's true, you are. If you have an option to completely abolish suffering and provide safety from it, and you say, no, let's not do that, let's keep everyone in danger and keep forcing them to be born into danger, then yeah, even if you support reducing suffering, which is a complete bullshit lie, by the way, there is no such thing as reducing suffering. It just simply doesn't exist, right? The vast majority of the population on this planet has never had their suffering reduced, ever. And that's wild animals, right? So reducing suffering how? For a tiny minority of the elite, that's irrelevant, right? So, we should absolutely provide safety for all children. Is it okay? Is the suffering in this world acceptable? Most people think it is. But again, you're by definition therefore saying that there is no amount of cruelty that you can inflict on children, babies, people, animals, which is too extreme. So you can set up a torture dungeon, and you can, experiment the limits of, how much pain you can make a baby feel, right? That's totally acceptable in most people's worldview, not in mine, right? If I have the freedom, we all have the freedom, right? And that's part of the problem. So, if I, went out into the street, I could kidnap someone, right? I could just start torturing them. It's more than possible, right? It's very easy, barely an inconvenience. And so that's going to keep happening as long as we allow all of this freedom and all of this life, right? So, people are going to have the freedom to just kidnap animals, kidnap children, and start torturing them. And that's happening right now. There are human children being tortured right now. There are, to death, like literally. There are animal babies being tortured to death in dungeons right now. So, people somehow think that this is acceptable and that no amount of suffering is too much, right? So people have no limit on the amount of suffering that they're willing to accept. Absolutely none, right? There's just, the limit is infinite, right? There is no limit. So, that child getting tortured in a dungeon, we'd like to think it gets a quick death, not so much pain, not so much misery. But, what if it does, and a lot of them do, right? So if someone's going to explore the limits of how much pain they can make that child feel and how much emotional distress they can make them feel, and, really sort of give them the worst life possible in all worlds, that's a pretty bad thing, right? And yet most people are totally fine with that. They don't care if it happens to, millions of children, infinite children. There's no limit on the number of children that suffer or the severity of how much they suffer that people will have a problem with, right? You could say that, in Africa, every single child, Africa's been taken over, they're all being tortured, and they're being forced to reproduce for more torture. Everyone would be fine with it, right? So that's the world we're living in, a world of accepting infinite suffering, infinite number of sufferers, infinite severity of suffering. So that's what immorality is, basically. Immorality, amorality. It means having unlimited acceptance of, bad things with no limit on how bad it can be or how much badness there can be. No limits, right? Absolutely zero. So that's the world we're living in, where people just will accept any amount of harm to children and not raise a finger to speak out against it or to do anything about it. So, yeah, we live in basically the worst world possible. We need to fight against it. We need to stand up and change the world, make it understand that suffering is terrible, that unacceptable, that no child deserves to be, tortured to death. So help us fight for this at the Pro-Extinction Movement. We are a movement full of activists from around the world. We're growing the movement to make it possible to actually carry out total extinction. So we're not just screaming into the void about extinction, screaming into the internet about suffering. We're actually taking action. This is real activism. And some people like to shit on it. But, I'd like to hear your ideas, right? I mean, my channel's nearly got 1 million views now. It's got loads of people joining and, asking questions and starting to do activism with us and to join the movement and become real activists. So, that's what activism looks like. It is spreading your message, growing your message, and taking action to actually achieve your goals. Ethylism, if you've ever heard of that, it came before extinctionism, and it's like the much dumber version. It's about saying life is bad, but we shouldn't do anything about it. We shouldn't take action, shouldn't do activism, shouldn't, take organized action or anything. So that's really stupid. We have to take action. We need a solution. We have the solution, and we are carrying out the solution, which is to grow the movement and to work towards the total abolition and prevention of all suffering. So, it's not just talk, we have to take action. Our activists are putting all of their time into growing the movement, getting the message out there so that we can actually make this happen. The thing is, if you're not sort of proposing the solution and working towards a solution, then you're LARPing, essentially. You're a faker. So that's not what we're about here. It's about actually taking action and doing it. Yeah. So, if I had to have my finger on the button or the trigger, then yeah, I'd pull it, right? So, we will do whatever it takes. We are not just sitting on TikTok. If we have to get out into the streets, if we have to carry out a revolution, then we'll do it, right? We have virtually infinite victims of extreme torture depending on us. So it's no joke, we have all of existence depending on us, essentially. All life, right? All life depending on us, because no life should exist here. No life should be forced to exist in this unsafe world, in these cruel conditions where far too many don't benefit from being forced to exist here, but rather it's, the exact opposite. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen to them. So yeah, let's get somebody else on. Evan, how you
Yo,
doing?
what's up? Okay, like
Yeah,
50-50. Yeah, so
yeah.
what's your end goal? Like, let's say people actually hear your message, like, are you, after you, like, for example, take power, would you, like, forcefully, would you, like, give free euthanasia for everyone?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
What if somebody doesn't want to get euthanized?
It doesn't matter. They still get euthanized.
So technically, okay, so I kind of see your point. So it's kind of like, if we want to prevent suffering, and in order to prevent suffering, like everyone has to die, no exceptions.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, so I have an idea. Basically, like I consider myself like an anti-racist. I don't like racism, and like it really pains me to see black people experiencing racism. So in order to prevent racism, yeah, I'm gonna have to murder every single black person. That type of thing, like Nuke Africa. You know, nobody can be racist toward them if they don't exist anymore. Like that type of logic. Will that will
Um,
that help?
no, no, I don't think so. No, I think you're a very misguided and confused individual,
What do you mean, Miss?
and I've actually reported that guy to the police as well. So, and I'm not joking, I actually did. So yeah, hopefully they'll take care of him, arrest his ass, and take him to jail, because he is out there threatening death on people. So the queue is currently empty. Let's get some more people in. Let's get some more conversations going. Hopefully it'll be a smart person this time. If you think you're smart, if you want to get your opinions out, some questions out, let's hear it. Let's bring you up onto the stage. Let's hear your side of this conversation, your side of this discussion. Let's get you up. So don't be afraid. If it's your first time, don't worry. I'll go gentle on you. I'll get the Vaseline out, and we'll take it slow and easy. All right, so yeah, let's get back onto it. The total abolition of suffering. I know we talk about it all the time, but really it is the ultimate good, right? There's nothing else worth fighting for. And in fact, no one is actually fighting for anything else anyway. Really, this world is just about inaction, people being as inactive as possible. People don't like to do activism, they don't like to speak out. They like to just live their own lives and watch the world burn, basically. So we're not about that. We're about actually helping, taking action. Unfortunately, most people really are just happy to sit by and do nothing. And, again, there's like no amount of severity that would, trigger them into taking action. They're unfortunately effectively sheep, and they would put up with anything. Hello, how's it going?
All right, do you suffer, man?
Yeah,
Do you suffer? Why don't you
yep.
end your suffering? Like for real?
Because that would be selfish, and I'm not
That would be
selfish.
selfish. So you think like killing every single person in existence is like righteous?
No, but I do think that doing whatever it takes to provide safety for all life is righteous.
Okay, let's say you were a god. Let's say you had like a power, to create life. Would you create like life without suffering? It's gonna be like all pleasure.
I get asked this every day. If we could have some sort of heaven where it's actually safe and there's no chance of having a really bad life, then sure, why not? But that's not realistic.
Yeah, like the life is not realistic. If we lived in heaven, probably every single inconvenience, every single, the least pleasurable thing will become the most torturous thing. That in comparison, because
Yeah.
that's how life it is. You know, um, yeah, and like I really don't agree with your message. I'm sorry. I think like
You support suffering.
yeah, I do think suffering is actually an essential part of life. We all suffer.
That's really bad, dude. You actually support children being abused. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, man. You support mass genocide. You support genociding
Well,
the
no, I
entire
don't. I
population.
don't. But
Well,
genocide is what
yeah,
we're
you
going to have a
do.
lot more of without extinction. So actually,
Well,
you're the one supporting genocide.
so you think we should execute everyone? You want to
So
forcefully execute
you
everyone?
think people being killed is a bad thing? Well, you're the one supporting people being killed for billions of more years, right? So if you think people being killed is a bad thing, then extinction is the right thing to do.
Okay, so
But now you're realizing that you're a complete clown and that
I'm
everything
not a
that you
complete
say
clown.
is complete nonsense, basically. And that's
What are you talking about?
there is no way to intelligently support suffering, right? It's impossible to make an intelligent argument for suffering, right? That can't just be stripped down in a second, okay? There is no such thing as an intelligent argument for child abuse, right? There just isn't, okay? There simply isn't. All right, let's bring some more people on. We've got Kravenas. Hello.
Hey man, what's up?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So, I read your prompt here, and I'm a little confused. I think I understand where you're coming from, but I was just wondering, what would be the logical steps you would take in achieving this goal in mass extinction of all species, which is what I assume you're trying to do.
Yeah, so we have to grow the movement until we have enough people to change the world and be able to carry out extinction. Then we need to remove our dependence on animals and then remove animals from Earth with euthanasia. And we need to research how life develops, how it comes about, and how we can prevent it from happening for Earth and potentially for other planets, and how we can implement it.
Okay, so you want to get this movement to be big enough. I mean, I don't know how many thousands or millions of people you need to agree with you on this to join this movement.
Yeah.
Then you're going to take all animals, all millions and billions of it, not just species, like billions
Yeah.
of what, even like insects. You have like I don't know how many billions, maybe trillions of them.
Yep.
And how are you gonna do euthanasia on a fly?
Don't know yet.
Dude, this is crazy. I mean, with all due respect, like this is just.
Why? You know that euthanasia for flies already exists, right?
What is euthanasia for a fly? You're gonna suffocate it? You're gonna put it in a. Well, that's abuse, right? I mean, how are you gonna do euthanasia for? You're gonna put a syringe to 3 trillions of flies?
No.
Well, then how are you gonna do it?
Well, I don't know. It might be like a gas. It might be something in the food. Who knows? But the point is that we need to develop these methods.
Well, that's a huge step, it's a huge hole in your plan, right?
What? How?
Because you don't know how you're gonna do. That's
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Because I'm constantly telling my audience that people come on here and ask really stupid questions.
That's a stupid question.
So let me point out how this is a really stupid question. Okay.
Yeah, please do that.
Because if someone's saying we need to develop a way to do this, then that's not a stupid thing to say, but you are saying that it is. But that's illogical and irrational of you to say, right? So, if someone said we need to cure cancer, you wouldn't say, wow, what a moron. Of course, unless we have the cure, then we shouldn't look for the cure. That's what you're suggesting, basically.
No, well, it depends on what exactly the thing is, right? If you want to teleport to the moon.
Yeah, right, it's not about that, right? Euthanasia already exists. We've already made several species of animals go extinct. We already control animal populations in the hundreds of billions. AI and technology is advancing. So it's not about teleporting to the moon. Euthanasia already exists.
Yes, it exists for humans and larger animals. And I'm asking how you're going to do this for like microorganisms, right? And flies and insects and all these kinds of things.
But would you ask someone trying to cure cancer how they're going to do it before agreeing to support?
No, because there are steps that have already been taken, like chemotherapy.
No, you're not answering my question. So if someone said, I want to cure cancer, would you call them an idiot?
No.
But I think you would, because you'd say like, well, if you don't have the cure now, then you'd be stupid to look for the cure, right?
No, because there are ways of curing cancer that are don't cure all kinds of cancer, but there are ways people have gotten through cancer, right? So there's actually like some kind of hope, and people have shown progression towards that goal. Okay,
Right.
you're wanting
And
to put
like I
us here in
said, we've made
the chilling
several
supply.
species go extinct. We're developing technology and science, right? We control massive populations of animals. So it's already very possible, right?
Well, no, I don't think it's very possible.
Well, that's because you have brain damage, basically.
I have brain damage.
Yeah.
You're trying to make everything go extinct, but I have brain damage.
But you're saying that it's impossible when it's obviously not.
I never
So
said the word
yes.
impossible.
So yeah, that's indicative of brain damage. To say that something's impossible when you have no actual logical reason to say that, yeah, that's
Well, I do
indicative of
because I
something
asked you
wrong
how
with
you
you,
plan on doing
something
it.
seriously defective with you. It's brain damage, and that brain damage is from evolution. Evolution had to make
Oh
people
my gosh.
stupid in order to keep reproducing. So you're suffering from that brain damage, basically.
I'm brain damaged because I asked you how are you going to get rid of trillions of flies
No,
through
well, yeah,
euthanasia.
because you're suggesting that it's impossible.
I never said the
When,
word impossible.
well, yeah, you just said it.
I never said no. I never
There
used the
you
word
go. You're
impossible in my
finished.
argument.
You're cooked and served. There you go. He's contradicted himself directly. He's done. Okay. So there is no way to argue against extinction and the abolition of all suffering. You will make yourself look like an absolute clown if you try. Okay. So the queue is empty. If somebody wants to look like a clown, now's your chance. Get the makeup on, get the clown hat ready, the nose ready, and hit that button. Come on the stream. All right. What should we talk about next, guys? Should we take some comments from the chat? Yeah. We could just nuke everything, says Goatman. No, Goatman, that won't work. The last asteroid had the power of over 1 billion nukes, and that wasn't enough for total extinction. It has to be done scientifically in a much more serious and organized way. So we can't just pray for an asteroid. We can't just throw some nukes and having no idea whether it'll work and just hope for it to work. No, we need a massive scientific endeavor to carry this out. Euthanasia is very possible. The idea that how are you going to carry out extinction? It's really not that hard. Euthanasia exists. We could probably do it in the form of a gas or something like that. It's really not going to be that hard. The more difficult and interesting part will actually be finding out how to prevent life from developing. That's going to be the more challenging part. How do you protect an entire planet from developing life? That's going to be, the more interesting and curious, challenging part. Euthanizing some animals, it's not that hard. Literally hundreds of years ago with bloody sticks and stones and bows and arrows, we were making entire species of animals go extinct, right? Given millions of years and the highest forms of technology and science which are still to come for us, I think extinction for a few more species is more than doable. If we're committing the entire resources of the planet, all of the resources, all of the labor and everything, then we can absolutely do it, right? Just look at how much impact we've had on the planet, on animal extinction without even trying, okay? So most people are trying to preserve animal species, and yet they're still going extinct. The idea that if everyone on the planet, tried to, collectively to do it in a smart way for millions of years, obviously we could do it. It wouldn't take millions of years. We'd probably do it in, 200 or 300 years, something like that, probably. Maybe more, right? But I don't think it's impossible, and I don't think it would take that long. So, yeah. It's obvious, right? Think about the farmed animal population, right? All of the, hundreds of billions of animals being farmed, like beef, cattle, chickens, they're all, within our control. So making hundreds of billions of those animals go extinct, obviously we can do that, right? And the idea that if we put all of our time and effort into it, that we couldn't achieve a bit more, that's ridiculous, right? Obviously, if we make it top priority, we could definitely do it, right? Just look at, look at New York, for example, right? It's a testament to human ability and construction and, power, right? If we can build New York, I think we can make a few animals go extinct. Like, come on. So yeah, and again, humanity has only just begun its adventure and journey into science and technology. 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now, our technology will be so ridiculously overpowered that extinction will seem like a breeze, a walk in the park. And because that's how we've always seen it as extinctionists, that causing animal extinction on Earth, the total extinction for all animals, will be the easy bit. It's the next part, the actual biggest part of our mission that's more challenging, which is finding out all the different ways which life can develop and all the different ways to prevent it. If you've got an entire planet out there, it's a very big job to prevent it from developing life anywhere. So that's the hard part, but it's by no means impossible. We just need to give it a go, basically. Most people, sat on their sofas, they're like, oh, how are we going to do that though? Meanwhile, if you watch videos on the complexity of modern day computer chips, it's like ridiculously mind-blowing, right? It's insane. I recommend everyone go on YouTube and search, zoom in on, microchip or something like that. The amount of stuff that's like basically down to the atoms that we're actually engineering, it's ridiculously mind-blowing. Definitely check that out. So if we can do that right now without even any serious organization behind it, then this is like the minority of what we can do. This is the lowest thing that we can do, right? What we're doing now as a species. If we actually put our time and effort into it, and going forward in the future with superior science and technology, because every day going forward, technology gets better, right? Obviously, extinction is going to be possible. It's easy to say, well, how are you going to do that? That's impossible right now. Yeah, but if we actually try, we can do it. It's obvious. There's no reason to think that the limits of what we can do today are going to remain by tomorrow. It's just incredibly irrational. Okay, we do have some people requesting now. Let's try and bring them on. Is it going to work? No, it was a ghost in the queue. So, got to ask again. Join the queue. Let's get you on stage. Let's have a debate. That's what this stream is about. It's about having conversations. I don't like giving monologues. I don't like giving speeches. I'd rather just talk to someone. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do that for everyone. I'm going to spam some people on my contact list because you have a little control panel for it. So let's start spamming people. Maybe someone will want to join. Let's get it going. So yeah, there's really no reason to think extinction is impossible. And it might be impossible with the entire world against it, which it is now. But imagine if the entire world desperately supported it. Hello, how's it going? No.
Ook nog.
I think they're under 18. That's the problem with TikTok, isn't it? It's a bit of a cowboy operation in some ways. Okay, let's take some comments from the chat. Maybe if you didn't kick people who make good arguments, people would be willing to join. But give me a good argument, right? There are no good arguments. Come on, request to join yourself now and show us these good arguments for child abuse. Because I guarantee you there aren't any. And you obviously think there are, so let's hear it. Come on, Yormungandr. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Yo.
So the racism hypothetical was pretty good, but then you just dismissed the guy and kicked him.
How is it good? It's literally a straw man.
Same thing.
It's a straw man.
It's the same thing. You want to get rid of all human population.
But it's a straw man, right? You do understand it's a straw man, right?
In what way is that a straw man?
Because he essentially took an inferior form of suffering and made it out as if the entire argument was about that to make it seem less valid, right?
What
So
is-
instead of
racism is quite bad.
using a valid example, he used an invalid example. So that's what a straw man is.
How is racism less like, how is it inferior suffering compared to other suffering? Some of the worst atrocities in the world have been due to racism, the worst suffering
Yeah.
that humans have ever experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. But
How
he was trying
inferior.
to make it about a single issue, right? Which makes less sense. So, yeah, it was absolutely a straw man.
I think it's a perfect example. I think it's the same
His
thing. You want to get
example
rid of
was,
everyone.
I should go and kill black people to protect them from racism. You think that's a perfect example?
But you want to apply that to everyone.
You think that's a
For
perfect
their own
example?
suffering.
You
I
think
it's the
that makes
same
sense?
argument.
You
I think
think
it's the
that
same
makes
logic.
sense?
I don't think I don't think it makes sense, but I think that's your logic. I think it's literally one.
You
for
think that's
one.
my logic? You think that the
Yeah.
logic that I'm saying is bad and doesn't make sense? You think that's my logic?
That's why he proposed the hypothetical, yeah. But you just call it racist.
How does that make any sense? So typically, when people think of racism, they're not thinking of lynching like you just strawmanned again. They're actually thinking about, being denied from a job, being,
So you're saying some racism
having
is
abuse
okay.
thrown at you verbally. That's, the kind of what people
You
typically.
believe some racism is okay.
No, but I'm saying that racism as a concept is far less severe than the worst types of suffering out there. So yeah, he was using the same straw man that people use when they say, "Oh, you just want to chop people's head off so they don't get a stubbed toe," right?
Hold on, because you're
So it's
strawmanning
about
child
trivializing
abuse,
the
though.
argument into a straw man, which is incredibly dishonest.
Yeah, but you can't trivialize racism and then strawman child abuse to be that, like you made the example of torturing a child in a room to limit test how much torture they can handle.
So but let me get this straight. You really don't understand that he was using a less valid example when he could have used a more valid one.
I wouldn't say that racism is less.
So when he
less
said
than
that,
any other suffering.
you don't even. So then you don't understand what he was actually trying to do, because he was trying to give an example of something that's not as that serious that requires death, right?
No, he was
So
showing
you've
you
actually
being
completely
hypocritical.
misunderstood what he was trying to say.
He was showing that
Okay.
you were being hypocritical. That
You've completely
you wouldn't
misunderstood what
defend
he was
that
trying to say.
argument.
He
You
was
wouldn't
trying to
defend
say
that
that
racism.
this form of suffering isn't bad enough to require non-existence, right?
No, that's not what he was saying.
That's absolutely what it. Wow, so you really don't understand that. That's
No,
amazing.
he was throwing your argument back at you because you wouldn't defend the killing black people argument, but you'll defend your own argument. He's showing that you're being hypocritical.
You're really struggling here, aren't you?
How am I struggling?
Because it's not hypocritical. If we're saying we should abolish all suffering, and he's saying, "Oh, what about you're saying we should kill people because of one little thing?" It's
one
a
little thing.
completely it's
Racism
a
is
complete
one
straw
little
man.
thing.
Sorry.
You're saying racism is one little thing,
In comparison to all of the more serious forms of suffering, yeah,
such as
being trapped in a life of hell.
okay, but you're minimizing racism and then you're using the
No,
extreme
no,
example.
you don't
Hold on,
understand. He was
wait.
using racism as an
No, you
example to
don't
minimize it
understand.
himself. He was trying to minimize it.
No,
he
he
was trying to
wasn't.
minimize it.
No, he wasn't.
He
You
was.
kicked
He
it
was
before you
trying
even
to
made
say
the
no.
argument.
You really, really don't understand what he was trying to say. He was
No,
trying to
you
say
don't
that
understand.
suffering like racism isn't bad enough to require non-existence for safety.
That's not
right?
what you were saying.
That's absolutely what he was trying to say.
It's not.
And the fact that
Well,
you don't
here's-
understand that is really sad.
Okay, then I'll create a new hypothetical, right? It's the same as his, but I think racism is just as bad as any other suffering.
Really? Well,
So-
it's obviously
so now
not.
what-
It's not,
now
though.
what would you
It's
do?
not.
How is it not?
Because, again, for most people, racism isn't as bad as being trapped in a life of hell. So it's by definition, therefore, not as bad as all different types of suffering.
Some racism can be worse than some child abuse, though.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
Of course. So
Yeah, I agree.
you can't frame child abuse as always
But you
the
still
most
don't
extreme version of
understand.
child
He was
abuse,
trying to
and
say,
then frame
wow, so
racism
you
as
want
but we're
want
not talking about him
non-existence
anymore.
because of something stupid like
We're not talking
racism.
about
That
him
was his
anymore.
point.
We're talking about my hypothetical now.
So yeah, but you've completely misunderstood what he was saying. So now you've got it upside down.
Okay, so I've made a new hypothetical. We'll forget about him, so we're both
for it.
clear that we're talking about. I believe that racism is just as bad as any other suffering in the world,
But that
And
doesn't make
I
sense.
propose that
That doesn't
same
make any
hypothetical
sense.
to you.
That doesn't make sense. Suffering is not all equal, right? There are different types of suffering, different severities of suffering. So generalizing things like you're doing is actually really unhelpful for understanding the systems that we're working with
But
here.
you are proposing that child abuse is always the most severe version of child abuse,
No,
whereas it could just be
no,
neglect, or
I
like
disagree.
maybe you're
That's
not
not what I'm
taking your
saying.
kid to school.
There's all
You don't believe
different
that?
types, right? There's all different types, and you can have severity of suffering which is the same but with completely different types, right? So whether it's being eaten alive or tortured to death by a sadist.
Because you kicked me from alive the other day when I said, yes, some child abuse is not as bad as other versions of child abuse, and then you said, oh, this guy's a fucking asshole, and you kicked me from the live.
Yeah, but you were struggling,
Where was I struggling?
floundering.
Where was that? Where's the floundering?
I mean, we can go back and watch it, But yeah, so what's your hypothetical again? Because I don't think you actually said it.
So it would be the same as the other guys. That I don't like. This is like your argument, right? I don't like when there's suffering, so we'll annihilate the people so that they don't have to suffer anymore. That's it at the bare bones. Does that make sense to you?
That's not really our argument. No, it's well. I mean, okay, yeah. Let's
it's
go ahead and say yes. Let's say yes. Yeah. For argument's sake, yeah.
And that's
So
it.
I'm struggling to understand. What are you trying to say? Let's talk.
Well, I don't know what else I need to say.
So basically, you have no idea what you're saying. You have no idea, basically.
Because you still, I guess if you're saying that that you don't think racism is that
But
bad.
this is what I'm saying. There is no
argument.
There is no argument supporting child abuse. That's why you've realized, oh wow, actually I have nothing to say. Because there is no argument that you can give that makes sense, that doesn't make you sound like a complete clown.
You just change your position on a whim, so it's pointless even having an argument. And I get it's a rage bait, like.
So now you're trying to say, oh, if I reply, I'll be kicked. Whereas I'm here saying, all right, let's hear it. So instead of giving your argument, you're running and hiding and saying, I'm not going to give my argument because you'll kick me. But actually, you don't have an argument, right?
I've made my argument.
Actually, you don't have an argument.
I've made it.
Wow. Okay.
And you still didn't engage.
Well, thanks for coming on, Yeomans. We've asked you for your argument about 100 times. You said I don't have one, and now your final excuse is I've given it. I said let's hear it, and you said no, I've got nothing to say, and now you're saying that you've given it. Well, what a load of tosh. Okay, maybe I do overly kick people, Jack, but I think you have to agree that the thing is, yeah, I kick people a lot. But that's because people are stupid a lot, right? And they reach their limits, essentially, where they can no longer make sense. They can no longer maintain a coherent argument. They start to just say nonsense. They start to get desperate. And that's kind of the point where I kick people off, because I don't want to embarrass them too much, right? If we keep them on and don't kick them off, then it's going to get more and more obvious, more and more embarrassing for them. That's just cruel. We don't need to do that to them, So, yeah, we do have to kick people. But usually I only try to kick people when, they've reached the limits of desperation, right? That they're so desperate for an argument against abolishing suffering that they start to say really crazy things, right? Like the other guy. He said, no, I didn't say that's impossible. Whereas 5 seconds before, he said it's impossible, right? So people get extremely desperate. They essentially can't make an argument, can't even hold a sentence at that point after they've been demolished, annihilated, destroyed, right? Because there is no logical position supporting suffering. And if you try and raise one, it will get absolutely annihilated, to the point where you feel embarrassed, you're stuttering, I've given my argument, yeah, right. Let's hear it then. Oh no, you'll kick me. Yeah, right. So that's the problem. That proves what I've been saying. It proves that there is no argument supporting suffering. There is no argument against the total abolition of all suffering. There just simply isn't one, because it just doesn't make sense. And part of the reason it makes so little sense is that it purely and strictly relies on being selfish. So in a sense, in a way, one theory that we have about why people are so selfish is that their egos are so desperately starved, right? So their mental health is starved. It's so desperate that they are constantly clawing for more, clawing to fulfill themselves, clawing to heal themselves. And it's so extreme that essentially it traps them within a selfish mentality where they can only think about themselves. They don't have the bandwidth to think about others, to care about others. And so they can only think about the world that they want for themselves, not the right world for others. So people are trapped in this selfishness, essentially. And it's far more extreme than most people realize. Mena is asking, James, where do you debate apart from this live? So YouTube, we debate on YouTube. We use StreamYard to stream to YouTube and get the guest, manage the guests and everything. We haven't really done many YouTube debates recently, but we were doing a lot of them before we started on TikTok. If you want to check out my long, 1 hour, 2 hour debates on YouTube, search Pro Extinction on YouTube. Go to the channel and go to the live section. All of the live streams are there. The entire podcast with 25 episodes is there, and all of the long form debates are there as well, so you can check those out. And if you want to watch my TikTok debates on YouTube, I've been uploading all of my 2 hour, 3 hour streams from TikTok onto YouTube. Search Universal Extinction on YouTube, and you'll find my YouTube channel. And I've got like 33 episodes of me streaming on TikTok now on YouTube. You can check them all out. All right, let's answer some more questions from the chat while we wait for the queue to fill up. The queue is currently empty. I want to do some debates. Let's tear some people apart. Let's, annihilate their child abusing, supporting logic. Let's show them to be the animals that they are. Let's get some people on. So if you've got questions, if you want to join the stage, hit the button. Let's bring you up. Let's talk. That's what the stream is for. It's for having conversations. Meanwhile, we're going to have to just do other stuff. Okay, we got someone. Bubble is now joining the stage. Hello, Bubble.
Age 18 and was born in 2007, just for TikTok purposes.
Okay.
So, child abuse logic. So wanting kids to live is apparently child abuse, according to you?
Yeah. Because forcing life to exist in unsafe conditions is a form of abuse, right?
But why can't we just, I don't know,
You're not laughing so much anymore, are you?
Why can't we just solve the bad conditions?
Because that's impossible, right? The thing is, it is impossible. So there is no way to provide 100% safety from a bad life without non-existence. It would require essentially rapturing everyone up with the click of your fingers into heaven, right? So, that's not realistic, whereas euthanasia does exist. It is realistic. Extinction, we've already done it before to other species. We can do it more. So yeah, it's the more realistic solution to suffering. The only realistic solution.
The only realistic solution. Okay, what about technology that can alter people neurologically so that they can't experience pain, for example?
Yeah, so the thing is, if that could work, then that would be a good thing. But the standard always has to be 100% safety. So actual safety, real safety, no danger. So if we can improve conditions for humans, then that's a good thing. But if there's still some danger and risk, then extinction is still preferable.
All right, but you do realize that even extinction doesn't truly guarantee 100% safety, as there's always the chance the new life will spring up into existence.
Yeah, but our movement is for tackling that as well. So the majority of our mission is prevention of life, scientific prevention of life. So yeah, we totally know that, and you're right, and we should prevent that, and that's what we're working to do.
What if the universe was infinite? How would you be able to prevent the suffering of all life?
Yeah, so in that case, we would just do as much as we can.
All right, but why not just try to make a good life for them? If you realized, okay, I can't end all life in the universe, why not just make life good for the existing life instead of just trying?
Yeah, because safety is more important, basically. So safety from extreme suffering, from all the dangers in this world, safety from that is more important than access to potentially having a bit of fun, despite all the danger, right? So there's nobody would really want to live in extreme danger anyway. And it's only sort of blinders that nature has put on us that makes us blind to all of the risk that we're in and that we're putting our children in, essentially. So in that sense, we're irrational. We don't think about the dangers properly. And if we did, we would absolutely say, wow, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this danger.
All right, so let me ask you a question then. Do you think that being extinct is a positive thing?
Yeah.
Yes, but you do realize that a positive state can only be experienced by a being that's alive, right? How
No.
can... Really? So I'm not sure a person who is unalived can experience anything positive.
They can. So they can receive benefits even if they don't exist, right? So in the same way that if I said, I'm going to have a child 10 years from now, I'm going to start investing in a bank account for it, right? That potential child can receive benefits or, detractions, right? Their situation can get worse or better, even though they don't exist yet.
All right,
But really, to answer your question even better, the thing is that effectively this universe is, in effect, it's hell, right? So the vast majority of life born here will be tortured to death as a baby. So it's basically hell. And so preventing life from being sent to hell is the best thing that we can do, and it's what we should do.
Here you're talking about animal life, but most life does not experience suffering in the way you describe it.
How do you know?
Well, there are two other kingdoms of life that exist beside the animal kingdom that they're basically non-conscious, and the usual standard for life is actually feeling nothing, not experiencing suffering.
What's your point?
Well, you're wrong about life being suffering in general.
I never said life was suffering.
All right, so life is not suffering. So, well, why should we end it then? Just because
Look,
you want
if I
to...
look at the definition of life in a dictionary, it won't say suffering, right? So obviously life isn't suffering. That would be bad definitions.
All right. So then why should we end it? Just because you want your 100% safety, but I already explained why you can't have 100% safety, even if
Why?
even if you're like extinct. Like, imagine there was technology to revive a person long after they were like, they passed away or something. That still would not guarantee safety.
Really?
In fact, would it not be? In fact, if
So
that
we
was
should be worried about technology resurrecting us now. That should be the main threat.
Yes, yes. If such technology is possible, first of all.
Bro, what are you on about? What are you on about? What the hell are you talking about? That's ridiculous.
Well, it's not ridiculous.
So the trillions of animals, they should all be worried now that some madman uh, with some crazy scientist is going to resurrect all of them. He's going to resurrect every life form that's ever existed on Earth, and it's going to be the exact same with the same sentience and same consciousness. Wow, yeah, I never realized what a serious threat that was. Thank you for opening my eyes to it. What a serious danger. How could I have been so blind to this?
Well, yes, would it not be in the best interest to be alive?
No, absolutely not. What a load of nonsense. I
forever.
can't believe you're actually serious.
Okay, here I was not being serious.
Hmm.
Here I was just describing a hypothetical. Okay? Would
Okay.
it not be in the best interest for somebody to stay alive so that they can at least safeguard life from being made or at least being reborn?
Yeah, potentially, but not necessarily, right? So, that could be a human, could be a robot, could be AI, or it may not be necessary in the first place.
AI. So you're okay with bringing AI into existence,
Yeah.
given that, well, given that they are more advanced, or at least there's a possibility that they're more advanced than us and are capable of even more suffering as a result. Are you sure you want that?
Let's say that we had to bring an AI into existence and it would be sentient and it would suffer terribly for 1,000,000 years. That would still be the right thing to do if it helped with extinction, right? Because we have to choose the lesser of two evils. And when we say that people are completely upside down in their mentalities and their logic, people are always prioritizing the greater of two evils. So that's what you're doing now. You're saying, surely we should prioritize the minority? No, we should prioritize the majority.
All right, so we should prioritize the majority. That I agree with. The thing about the majority is that it's probably not feasible that the majority will agree with you on this. Ever.
Well, no, they don't agree. They don't agree. So that's why we have a movement to change that. The thing is, all changes, all societal changes throughout history have been against majority disagreement, right? So, when people were fighting for women's rights, most people were telling them no. When people were fighting for civil rights for black people, most people were saying no, right? Gay marriage, most people were saying no. It's always been the case. So, humanity has started off as like the most monstrous animal possible, and throughout history it's been getting less monstrous over time, to now finally we've gotten to the point where we've got activists doing activism for the abolition of all suffering, right? So that's sort of the opposite end of where humanity started as animals, basically, to now we've come full circle. We've come through that journey and people are starting to say, no, we should abolish all cruelty and all forms of misery and suffering and oppression. And that's what we're doing. So, yeah, sure, we're at the start of it now. It's only just started. So, yeah, that's why it's small. But it's started and it's growing every single day. And, yeah, I think society is also evolving in the right direction as well.
Back on your point about 100% safety, you haven't answered why is it that we can't use technology to neurologically alter people, or at least sentient beings, so that they cannot experience pain? Would that not guarantee the 100% safety value you want it for?
Yeah, because if that can go wrong, then that's also risky, right, and dangerous. And also the idea that you can just remove pain doesn't even make sense. I wouldn't want to have my pain removed, because then I'm going to, scratch out my eye without realizing it, right? So, and also the idea that, Steve made this point brilliantly. He said that, if you try and remove all pain from a person, right, it's not possible to remove all suffering. So they would have to essentially be able to see their wife get raped and murdered and be able to smile about it, right? So it's impossible to remove the ability to suffer, basically, without just removing the entire brain. You just end up with a plant.
Yes, but here we're also talking about eliminating the conditions that would allow. So that grape example you gave, that wouldn't happen in such a world. Because, well, first of all,
How do you know?
and how do you know?
Exactly, you don't know. So the thing is, only non-existence can provide 100% safety. Anything less than that is unacceptable, because even 99% safety still has unlimited potential to go wrong, right? So there's still unlimited danger and risk. There's no such thing as, reducing that risk. You either have the risk or you don't. So we should, nobody should be in that risk, essentially. Now, if we can somehow stumble upon technology that provides 100% safety for life without extinction, then that's a different question, and we can potentially consider it. But the standard would be 100% safety, and anything less than that would be unethical. And we shouldn't prioritize going after that technology at the expense of providing safety for children. So we have to prioritize prevention of suffering, safety from suffering, not prioritize pleasure, right? If you're prioritizing your pleasure machine, then how many children are going to suffer as a result?
Yes, but here that technology would make you safe. That was my point here in the first place. Safe from
Right,
pain.
but if we can carry out extinction now, why would we put that on hold and say, let's create magic instead? That would be a disservice to the victims, right? That would be unfair to the victims. It would be impractical and irrational.
Yes, because unaliving the victims is better, right? Instead of giving them a chance to live after everything they've gone through.
Well, the thing is that most of them won't get a chance to live. Most victims in this world, most life in this world gets tortured to death as a baby. So you're not actually, making a serious argument there, even if you think you are, because you're talking about a fantasy situation which doesn't apply to reality.
Okay, modern medicine did reduce mortality rates exponentially quite a lot.
No, the vast majority of the population on this planet has never had their conditions improve throughout the entire history of this planet. So, the vast majority of the population has never seen any sort of benefits or improvement in quality of life ever, not even once.
How do you know that won't happen in the future?
Well, the thing is, you're essentially just wishing for it, right? But you're not even sure what you're wishing for there. So that's kind of a nonsense. That's a bit of a nonsense question. But we should prioritize taking action ourselves and making sure ourselves that children are safe, instead of just saying maybe it'll happen in the future.
Yes, but you're also wishing for extinction, which there's no guarantee will happen in the future. That's the whole point of it.
No, I'm not wishing for extinction. I'm doing activism to actively cause extinction. So it's not about wishing. We're actually growing the movement to make it possible and to go ahead and do it.
People are growing all sorts of movements to end suffering. It's not just you.
But there's no other movement for total abolition of suffering. We are the only movement working towards that in a practical and ethical way.
Ethical, as in unaliving everybody, is ethical.
Well, you make it sound like killing is a bad thing, right? So it sounds to me like you think killing is a bad thing, right? That it's a really bad thing. Maybe it's actually so bad that nothing else could be worse. So if you really think that, then you should support extinction, because there'll be much, much more killing for billions of more years unless we do extinction.
So, oh my God. So you just want to unalive everyone, to stop unaliving?
Well, no. What you want is for everyone to keep being unalived for billions of more years. So if we're talking about who's supporting murder and killing here, it's you.
Biological immortality, technology, stuff like that can happen.
Are you having a stroke? Are you having a stroke?
No,
I
I'm
think
not
I think he's having a stroke.
I'm not
Should we
having a
call
stroke.
medical assistance, Bubble? Do you need help?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having a stroke. Oh no. No, I'm not having a stroke, sir.
Okay.
Are you just pulling ad hoc? You're
Can we
just
do a
like that.
sobriety test on you? Can you prove that you're not having a stroke? Can you say something a bit more sensible?
A more sensible thing.
Yeah.
We should not unalive people and children. That's a sensible thing to say.
So you think, but you support that happening in worse numbers, bigger numbers, continuing for billions of years.
No,
But you do understand that will happen, right?
that will happen as a
But
consequence.
I think the stroke is getting more severe now. But keep trying, Bubble. We believe in you.
Sir, you're like
Push
that
through
guy
the stroke.
there was one time where I destroyed one guy on TikTok and he just called me, oh, well, you're just on drugs or something. Sir, stop
Yeah, I'm not
hiding
surprised.
behind,
I'm
stop
sure you
hiding,
destroyed him. Sure, buddy.
stop hiding behind ad hominem, sir.
Okay, well,
Like,
stop hiding
it doesn't help.
behind unaliving being a bad thing when you're advocating for it to continue way worse for billions of years.
Yes, but for the people that are alive, okay, for the people that are alive, it is bad to be unalived.
So once again,
Yeah.
you're prioritizing the minority over the majority. Why are you doing that?
I am doing that because unaliving is unconditionally bad.
Right, but if it's bad, then it's going to happen way worse and way more unless we stop it. So if you think unaliving is bad, then we should make sure that we abolish unaliving, right?
Yes, like technology, like biological immortality, like stuff like that.
So let me ask you this, Bubble. What's worse, being unalived or being trapped in a life of pure extreme hell for a very prolonged duration?
Well, I would personally choose to be unalived there, yes. What's your point, sir?
My point is that you're caring more about the wrong thing. Your priorities are all upside down. You can agree with me just now that being safe from suffering is the better thing, right? It's the right thing. So that's what our movement is about.
Yes, first things first, end suffering. Second things first, don't unalive people that want to live.
So let me get this straight. You would allow, trillions of babies to be tortured for billions of years because you think that's somehow the lesser of two evils.
No.
But you would, though. You would. That is what you're saying. You're saying that, if we have to tackle a criminal to protect a woman that he's assaulting, we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't tackle the criminal. That's what you're saying.
False. Okay, so first of all, false equivalence here.
Really?
Yeah.
You just said that being unalived would be preferable, right? So you acknowledged that safety from existence is important, from suffering is important, right? And now you're saying that instead of prioritizing safety from a life of hell, which you just said that you would prefer yourself, the safety, you're now saying that we should allow extreme danger to befall children for billions of years because that's somehow preferable than unaliving a tiny, tiny minority to protect a gigantic majority.
All right.
It just doesn't make sense, right? Your ethics are completely tied to illogical stuff. So, if you had to lift a finger to save a child, you wouldn't do it, basically.
No, yes, I would. But here you're presenting a false dichotomy where the only two options are either suffer or...
You're saying that we should allow infinite suffering if we have to kill one person to prevent infinite suffering, we shouldn't do it. So that's completely irrational, completely illogical, and frankly, it's absurd. And I don't know how you think you've got any sort of argument here.
Why can't antinatalism then be a viable option?
So just for the record, chat, we have destroyed all of his arguments, and now he's desperate and moving on. So antinatalism will never work because that does nothing for animals who actually suffer worse than we do. And it will never work because the idea that you can just hope that humanity will go extinct, that's absurd. It's lazy. It's passive. It's lazy, right? So, humanity is never just going to voluntarily go extinct. And the ones that
Which is why your
do,
movement fails. Which is why your movement fails. Nobody
Why?
will want to go extinct. Nobody.
That's not
You
true.
want. All right. There's a few people you have right here, right? But you just admitted yourself that no, not humanity will not agree on a mass scale
Not
to
yet.
go extinct.
Right. But the thing is, all of the societal changes in history were largely forced by the activists. So with the Civil War to end slavery, that was carried out by activists who forced it to happen. So a small minority of the population, like less than 1%, that's always been the case with societal changes throughout the entire world, throughout all of history. It's been
Yes,
a
but there are
tiny,
people-
tiny minority who took action and changed the system. So every time
Yes.
there's been a revolution, it's been a tiny minority that actually went to the streets and made it happen, because that's all it takes. The police, the army, they are nothing in comparison to like 1% of the population. So that's all it takes.
Yes, but that's because people actually agreed with the values that the minority espoused in
Well,
that scenario.
I don't think that's actually accurate.
No, it's not accurate. So
No. So the thing is, like I'm saying, it's been the activists who actually made it change, because they wouldn't have had to do activism if the majority was on board. They would have just voted to change it, right? So that's why you have activism, that's why you have activists, because they have to fight against the system to change it, because it's against that change. So that's the same thing that's been throughout history, and we're doing the exact same thing.
So slavery being ended today is not humanity reaching a consensus.
Can you say that again?
So slavery being ended today is not humanity reaching a consensus on it.
Well, I would say it's more like progress.
Yes, progress, as in humans have decided that it's bad.
Yeah.
So you're proving my point, that it actually has to take human consensus on a mass scale for meaningful change to occur, which will never happen.
because you've got it wrong again. So the activists forcefully changed the system, and the majority still disagreed with it in most cases, but eventually they adapted. It became the new norm. So that's if you actually do the research on activism movements that were successful, that's the exact same thing every same time.
So they adapted and became the new norm. So you're just literally saying what I've been saying, which is that they've reached the consensus that yes, slavery was bad.
Who?
The humans in general, the general human populace.
What's your point?
My point is that will never work with your position. Nobody will agree, because you said it yourself. With
Well, like I
antenatal.
said, I've just told you that activists forced the change, right? The majority disagreed, and then the people that understood what was right and wrong, they changed the system. So the majority of the population will always be stupid, basically, at least for the foreseeable future, because reproduction relies on stupidity. So the majority of the population will always be stupid. That's how it works. So that's always been the case for the anti-slavery movement, for our movement. Yeah, we have an uphill battle. Every movement has had an uphill battle. And whether they won democratically or whether they forced a revolution and took power, that's always been how it's worked. So yes, we are working towards both, as all movements do. We're working democratically towards our goals, but if we have to do it in another way, then we will. All options are on the table, and we're working towards all of them.
Yes, but you're making here a special exemption for antinatalism, because apparently you think that it won't work, because the activism for some reason won't work.
But antinatalism won't ever help animals. So no, it's impossible for antinatalism to help animals. What the hell are you talking about?
It won't help animals.
All right,
Sure.
Bubble, I think you're done. All right, you've been cooked, you're burnt at this point, and we're throwing you in the bin. We're not even going to serve you. You're finished. Okay, you're finished. All right, let's bring somebody else on. Okay, queue is still empty. The queue is still empty, so got to wait for some guests. That could be you. If you want to have a chat, a debate, now's your chance to join. Let's bring you up to the stage. Unfortunately for Bubble, they got absolutely shat on, basically. And as I constantly remind my audience, essentially, most people that come on to this stream and debate, you will see the same thing happen. They'll be really confident, and then as the debate goes on, they will get more desperate without realizing it, and just start saying more and more desperate things because they've run out of the less desperate arguments. So that's what happened with Bubble, to the point where they're suggesting that antinatalism can cause animal extinction. It's completely insane. So that's going to happen for everyone that comes on to debate. We've got Kansi joining us now. I think that's how you pronounce it, or Marta, perhaps, who is a supporter. So let's hear their opinions.
No
Hello.
one not in the queue. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes. No one joined, so I wanted to come. I just wanted to ask something. Okay, if we seriously end all the life now, start
Yep.
taking action, new life is gonna come from the oceans. These waters are bringing the life. So what's gonna happen? The new life is gonna come.
Yeah, so we have to euthanize the animals in the ocean, in the water, and find out a way to prevent life from coming back. So in the same way that if you want to cure cancer, which people are trying to do now, you have to do research, you have to do the science, study it, think about it, right? Try and develop an answer, a solution. You have to try. You don't know until you try, and then maybe you find an answer, maybe you don't. But you have to try. So that's what we're doing. And again, as science and technology improves, it's going to get crazy good, right? We've only had the internet for 20, 30 years, right? Think about 10,000 years from now, the things that we'll be able to do will be completely on another level compared to what we can do today. So yes, it's difficult to imagine how could we prevent life from coming about, but that is actually the ultimate part of the movement. It's to find that answer. So if I had that answer now, then
I have an opinion about it. Rather than killing all living things, there are some magnetic fields between the sun and the earth. If we
Yep.
cancel them, the extinction will happen and we're never gonna come back. I think only the sun can make extinction happen. It is my opinion. I mean, we should. This planet Earth is a kind of flourish all the time. So suitable environments. I think planet is the problem.
Mhm.
Do you understand? No matter what you do, life is gonna come back as long as there's water here. And also, when you talk about extinction, you don't take into microorganisms, bacteria, etc. They're also living. Do you understand? So they
Yeah.
all have to be destroyed. Only sun can do this. It's my opinion. Thank you.
It's a good idea. Yeah, thank you for coming on. Yeah, it's a great idea, but the thing is that we need to do the proper research on this. So, yeah, we can think about that idea. It's a good idea, but people ask us, how are you going to do it? You don't have the way to do it now. But again, if somebody said, I want to cure cancer, they wouldn't have all the answers now, right? They would need to open a laboratory, get a team together, get resources, start doing science, start looking at things and figuring it out. So yeah, that's what we need to do to figure out the best method to cause extinction and the prevention of life developing. Of course we don't have all the answers now. There's lots of different types of life, different ways it could develop. So yeah, the idea that we don't have all the answers right now means that somehow the movement is invalid. That doesn't make sense. If someone said, I'm going to start curing cancer, I'm going to get some scientists on board and work on it, and we're going to try and do it. We're going to try and cure cancer. You wouldn't say, that's a stupid idea. You should only try and cure cancer if you already have the cure. Okay, so yeah, we need to develop the cure, to research the cure, to create the cure. That's how science works. That's how solving problems works. But yet so many people come on and say, well, how are you going to do that? And it's like, well, we're going to find a way to do it. They're like, oh, ridiculous. But, you wouldn't say that same ridiculous thing to someone trying to cure cancer. But that's equally, it's a difficult thing. It's how could you possibly cure that? Well, we don't know, but we should try. So, yeah, it's not about saying, needing the answer now. People have some sort of desperate psychology where they need to know the answer now. Like, well, if we can't destroy the universe, then forget the whole movement. Well, why? We can do animal extinction, and then we need to do prevention, and then we can see, how far we can take it. But, people are trying to say, don't even bother, right? Don't even lift a finger, just forget the whole thing. Okay, but they're trying to find poor excuses, poor reasons to not go ahead with abolishing suffering, basically. So we know we can abolish suffer for animals on Earth. The animals being farmed, right? All of the cattle, all of the chickens. It would be easy to make them go extinct, and to instead make everyone go vegan, for example, right? So that's a form of extinctionism. Little things like that, that's already possible. That's very feasible. Obviously, we can do it. So it's about minimizing suffering and doing everything we can to prevent suffering. And, just because we can't or might not be able to destroy the universe itself doesn't mean we shouldn't do extinction on Earth, doesn't mean that we shouldn't have, total animal extinction. Even if there's a chance that life could come back and redevelop on Earth, total animal extinction is still the best thing to do because it prevents all that suffering. So even if that's all we were able to do, it would still be the right thing, even if we knew that life was going to develop again. And people say this all the time, oh, it's a waste of time, life will just come back. Well, it's not a waste of time to all the victims that you've helped and the suffering that you've prevented for them. It's not a waste of time for anyone that you help, right? But a lot of people come and say, well, if you can only help half of the people, then don't help any of them. That doesn't make any sense. So it's about doing as much as we can for as much life as we can. So yeah, there's no reason to ever think it's invalid. It's about doing as much as we can, and the minimum of what we can do is already very possible. So even, it's already valid is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's take some comments from the chat. Am I a vegan? No, veganism actually causes more suffering because it uses so little land in comparison to non-vegan industries and agriculture that essentially it gives land to wild animals that otherwise would have been denied. So the animal farming industry takes up over 5 times the amount of space and land that vegan agriculture does. But that 5 times more land, it's not full of farm animals. The vast majority of it is just crops. So that's just land that's being denied to wild animals that otherwise would be living there and suffering. So you chop down a forest, you prevent all of the suffering that would have been there otherwise. Now, according to our research, the average vegan saves about 30 square foot of forest every single day from being chopped down, which is actually an impressive amount. But that means that that's how much suffering that they're contributing to. So I was a vegan. The person who made this movement was a vegan. Other people that have joined the movement were vegans. Because, yeah, vegans do kind of, it's sort of, the first step of, I want to be a good person, what should I do? But, we've learned that veganism actually causes far worse suffering because a vegan world would be full of forests. A vegan world would be full of fields. It would be full of, there'd be no mining operations or factories, because those would require killing animals to make, right? So a vegan world where you're not doing mining operations or anything, right? You're not using the land if it's going to hurt animals. It's going to be full of animals. A vegan world would be teeming with even more wild animals, far more. So veganism causes more suffering, unfortunately. We should work towards a world where veganism and antinatalism actually both prevent suffering. Sadly, right now, they both cause more suffering. And, it makes sense because they're things that are done without looking at the bigger picture. So wild animals are the most ignored population on this planet, despite having the largest population and the worst conditions and worst suffering. And so vegans and antinatalists, they don't give a flying shit about wild animals, never have done, never will, not even in the slightest. So that's why they say, oh, we just close the farms, right? And that's it. We don't have to care about anything else. But they're not looking at the impact that action is going to have, which is that it will cause far greater and worse suffering for wild animals. Wild animals have massive populations compared to farmed animals. They have a faster reproduction cycle as well. You're talking about smaller animals compared to cows. And they have far worse conditions and worse suffering. If you had to choose between being a farmed animal and a wild animal, a lot of people would probably say, oh, I'd be a wild animal. I'd like to have my freedom. No. The correct choice, if you, as a human, to be forced to be an animal, the correct choice is to be a farm animal, okay? You're going to have food, you're going to have shelter, safety, you have medicine, you have a nice death, euthanasia. You're not being chased all day, every day, by horrifically terrifying, murderous animals who will most likely catch you and eat you alive. Right? So would you rather be chased all day, starving, freezing to death, you're covered in parasites, you've got no shelter, you're in the rain, you've got diseases, no medicine, no secure food, you're just constantly in hunger, constantly cold, constantly starving, terrified, running for your life, and then you get eaten alive as well. I mean, yeah, I would rather be a farmed animal where, yeah, it's terrible, don't get me wrong, but at least you're not in fear all the time. At least you have regular food. At least you get a relatively painless death. I think really the main the worst thing about being a wild animal would be the constant fear, the constant desperation, the constantly having to fight to survive. The vast majority of wild animals, over 99%, will die painfully during childhood, usually as babies. So that's really horrifying conditions. If you've ever had a nightmare where you were being chased by, a murderer, it's like one of the most terrifying nightmares ever, right? Nobody wants to be chased by something or someone that seriously wants to kill you and will kill you, right? It's a really terrifying experience. And yet animals in the wild have to suffer that all day, every day. That's why when we approach them, they run away. They're terrified, right? Because they know that you want to torture them to death, most likely. Now, they think that. They have to assume that for their own safety. They have to assume that at all times, that every animal is going to tear them apart. So it's a horrifying experience. I would definitely, in a heartbeat, choose to be a farmed animal, right? You just have to sit there for a bit. And yeah, it's horrible, don't get me wrong. It should absolutely be abolished. But compared to running for your life all day, not having food, not having shelter, I mean, it's like, would you rather be a slave, in America, 200 years ago, or would you rather be naked running for your life in a forest? It's actually basically the same. It's a really good comparison, actually. So yeah, would you rather be a slave working on a farm, or would you rather be naked running for your life in a forest? I'd rather be a slave. I'd rather be a farmed animal. So yeah, wild animals have absolutely the worst conditions and the worst suffering, and yet they have the least consideration, especially by vegans who are happy to transfer the suffering onto them. Hello, Timothy. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going? I've been up once before. I don't know if you remember me.
Yeah.
But basically, what it is, I just wanted to say that the more I've watched these lives, the more I've agreed with what you're saying. Basically, when I first watched the live, I was thinking, this is insane. Like, this isn't going to work. This is quite extreme. But the more I've watched, the more I've kind of understood, the movement and why you speak about what you do. So basically, I hope that others, the more they watch, the more that they learn and things like that, and it gets more support. But a lot of vegan lives that I've watched, because you were talking about it, they just blatantly ignore the wild animal suffering.
Yep.
I've watched quite a few, and whenever I ask questions about it, they just deflect and just act as if it doesn't exist, like there's nothing that they can do for them because it's just nature. And it's just crazy how they, try to say that they're morally superior and those kind of things when they're ignoring the majority of the suffering in the world.
Yep.
On animals. So, I know that you've debated some vegans before, but they're not really understanding the message. And the bigger picture, I guess. But ultimately, I hope that there's going to be more support, the more lives you do, and there'll be more people like me who, begin to change their mind on this topic. Because that's what I hope for, basically.
Yeah, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. That's all we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just joined, but have you had any good debates today?
Yeah, a couple of them. I sort of thrashed most of the people that have come on so far. Ended up kicking them out after they just started floundering.
Yeah, I mean, I do see a lot of vegans trying to justify suffering, and it is strange to see for sure.
Yeah, vegans are basically virtue signaling. They're basically just as bad as everyone else, but want to feel superior.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, I'm sure that some of them think they're doing the right thing, but it's a bit of a cult, really. And so we actually, me and the team, the movement, a few of us from the movement, we did a big debate the other day with a team of vegans, so a big bunch of vegans. And Steve was asking them, like, you can't even define what the goals of your movement are. And they started struggling, and they said, okay, well, equal animal rights. But we've done a video on this, that equal animal rights is completely impossible, right? It's absurd. The idea that, for every fish that gets born in the ocean, what are you going to do? Catalog it? What about lobsters having, thousands of children? You're going to give them all names. You're going to give them all an ID tag. Like, how are you going to protect them from being predated on? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Where do you guys hold these debates? Do you do it privately?
That particular one was in private. It was on a Google Meet. It didn't last very long because they eventually said, "Oh, we should just remove the pain receptors from everything and still force it to exist."
It's crazy. Yeah, it's just unrealistic. I mean, what do you guys do? Do you just contact like different vegan advocates and try and like set up a time? Is that, or are there specific people that you kind of?
Yeah. So before I started on TikTok doing debates, we were doing lots of debates on YouTube, and they were like 1 hour, 2 hour debates against one person. So really long form debates. Steve's been working on other stuff at the minute, and he's kind of busy in his personal life as well. So we haven't been doing many YouTube debates as of late. We were contacting people all around the internet, but also from TikTok, inviting them to debates. So we did a debate against a vegan that I found on TikTok, and it was on YouTube. I found him, invited him to a debate, and then me and Steve debated him, destroyed the guy over like 2 hours. We want to debate everyone, really. So we would accept debates from almost everyone. The more well-known they are, the better. So some of our activists, they do activism by reaching out to people and asking them to do debates with us. So that's one great way to do it. Like, it'd be great if I could get interviewed by a news channel or something, right? Like the BBC, that'd be great. But I think we're probably too small for them to care about us at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. I mean, would you ever consider like setting up a debate with like a vegan on TikTok, just so that, the viewers could see how ridiculous they are, really? Because obviously, I think people have a lot of misconceptions about veganism, and just hearing you guys debate them and why, they're actually worsening suffering would be great for a lot of the viewers. But I don't know how kind of easy that is to set up. But
obviously anyone can join my stream, so we could set it up so that they know what time to come in, and then I just accept them on and we bring them up. If you're interested in helping us do this, then it's very simple. You just start messaging people. Some channels have like email addresses. You can contact them that way. There's lots of ways to do it. And if anyone here watching, doesn't have to just be Timothy, if anybody wants me to debate someone, let's do it. Set it up. I'll do it. Right? I will do it. So yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple of vegan TikTokers who do lives who I think could be good to debate. And like you mentioned, whenever I've asked questions about it in their chat, they just shut it down immediately. So actually being able to debate it with someone where the viewers are able to see it for themselves, listen, things like that. But I don't even know if they would accept it, because they'd have to admit like they're just neglecting the suffering of wild animals. So it's hard to justify that position. But I would still like to see them try to,
Well, I'm familiar with the sort of how it will usually go. They'll start out against extinction, and then eventually they'll say stuff like, well, veganism is a stepping stone to extinction, so we're actually supporting extinction. And it's like, okay, but you're not willing to become an activist for it yourself, so how is it really a stepping stone?
Exactly. Yeah. No, you're exactly right. But I think vegans, because they have this like morally like superior complex where they believe they're right, they would probably give in to that and just want to debate you and argue their position, even though that there are big flaws in it. So I would love to see it. I don't know, if you could set that up, but there are a couple I can send you, I think would be good to debate. Yeah. Again,
if you want to reach out to them as well, if you want to do a bit of activism, say, would you debate this guy? Let's set it up. Yeah. That would help me, right?
Yeah, I'll drop a couple of them a message. Just say, this guy I think would be good for you to debate. And let me know when you'd be free. Yeah, I can ask him. Yeah,
that'd be great. Well, thank you for coming on, Timothy. Appreciate you coming on.
Appreciate you.
Consider joining us properly. Consider joining the Discord and the WhatsApp. Again, even if you're just gonna, throw the odd debate to us, that's absolutely something we'd appreciate and that would be helpful. So there's lots of different ways to help and different levels of contribution. But thank you for coming on, Timothy. Really appreciate that. And let's speak to him again in the future. Let's hope he does some activism. All right, let's take some questions from the chat. Oh, we've got Vince of York. He wants to join. Let's bring him up. Let's do it. Vince, hello.
Hello, what's up, brother? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm a vegan, and I just think I can help answer some of the questions that you said vegans seem to unable to answer, which I find to be interesting. You said they don't have a mission statement?
Yeah.
They were sort of too vague on that. Well, the mission statement is to reduce the overall amount of suffering in the world to the best of our ability. That's the mission statement. It's that simple. And I think it sounds like you care about suffering too,
Yeah, I don't
because
think that's accurate though about veganism.
that is the vegan mission statement.
Where can I read that? Where can you provide a source?
I'm a vegan. Like we're supposed to reduce the overall size. So you're gonna
Trust me, bro.
you want me to Google? There's not like an official vegan website where like
That's
all
what
the
I'm
vegan.
asking. But yeah, so how are you
So if
backing
you're
up
an
this claim?
if you're an atheist, can I get in like?
Thing is,
so atheists-
I've never heard a vegan say that before, so I'm surprised that you're
Really?
saying that that's yeah.
Really, if you look at like all the popular vegan debaters, like on YouTube, they all say that actually. Almost every one of them. Joey Carbstrong, I forgot the other guy's name with the long hair, but yeah, they all say the same thing, and I agree. Like our mission statement is to reduce the overall suffering that we inflict upon the world to the best of our ability.
But
However,
actually, I think it's I see the definition I read was more like where convenient, right? So for vegans, it's more about which suffering is convenient and which isn't.
No, it's to the best of your ability. You're changing it to convenience, but if you
Well,
can,
I've never read your definition. I've only read the one that I'm mentioning now.
well, that's my mission statement as a vegan. I'm giving you my mission statement as a vegan. That's my mission statement. And I think it sounds like you care about the overall reduction of suffering as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't go to this extreme extinction thing. So you care about suffering too. So
Yeah.
why don't
But
you also?
the problem is that vegans still think suffering is acceptable. We think it's unacceptable. That's the main difference.
No, we don't think it's acceptable or unacceptable. We just try our best to reduce the
Really?
overall suffering we impose upon the world to the best.
But you're not working towards the abolition of suffering.
We are though. We're doing the best that we can. So we
Really?
reduce.
So how are you doing that?
By not eating animals 3 times a day?
Okay, but that has no impact on the vast majority of the population or their suffering.
Yes, it
which is-
does.
No,
Yes,
it doesn't.
Dude,
So that
environmentally
has,
speaking,
no, listen. That has almost no impact on the vast majority of the population, which is wild animals.
wait. We're talking you don't think that the environment affects the animals?
Not very much, no.
Yes, the environment affects the animals just as much as it affects the human animals that we are. Yeah, it affects everybody equally.
Okay, but the environment isn't the be-all end-all, right? Saving the environment isn't going to stop suffering.
What? Without the environment, we're done. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm saying that saving the environment isn't going to abolish suffering.
It's going to reduce suffering.
Not drastically or significantly.
Right. Once again, the mission statement is to reduce the overall suffering I can do on my own.
Right, but the problem is that, firstly, that's not the vegan mission statement. And secondly,
it is, brother. It is.
Give me one website where I can verify that.
Joey Carbstrong, YouTube.
Yeah, that's not really a real source, bro. So, this is a trust me bro thing where, one or two people have said this and suddenly all vegans are doing it. That's rubbish.
So
For most vegans, it's just a diet.
You're doing the same thing that Christians and atheists debate about. It's like Christians say, "Well, give me the atheist mission statement." There's not like an official atheist website, right?
No, the thing is, you want the title of working towards the end of all suffering without actually being serious. So, you're claiming that title when there's literally nothing justifying it or supporting it, right? So we're actually working towards the abolition of all suffering. Vegans aren't. Vegans basically support suffering continuing for billions of more years.
Tell me how I as a vegan support more suffering over you. Who You're saying that doesn't.
So vegans support life being forced into unsafe conditions. We don't, and because life existing in this world is by default in unsafe conditions. So vegans don't support the abolition.
Right there. No, that's a huge point that you just made. So wait a minute.
Okay.
You're saying that because there is suffering, that all life should just be done with.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, the juice of life isn't worth the squeeze of suffering.
We're saying that no amount of ice cream can make up for a child being abused to death.
Right. So you're saying because
you think there is? Is it? I don't know if it's like a ton of ice cream that you would say justifies a child being abused to death? Maybe 2 tons, do you think?
How many children? What percentage of
How much
children
ice
in the
cream
world
would have
are?
to be consumed to justify a child being abused to death?
Yeah, look. Once again, you're taking a very infantile, small sliver of suffering that happens in reality,
No.
and you're saying that's
No,
that.
Vince. No,
Why
you're
don't you ever let
wrong.
me complete a
Vince,
sentence,
stop,
dude? Is
stop,
this the
because
kind
you're
of?
saying something wrong. Stop. The
Go ahead.
vast majority of life born on this planet will die a horrific death as a child or a baby. Okay, so that's not a small sliver, and you trying to trivialize their suffering is morally reprehensible, and this is why we say that vegans are immoral, because like you're doing now, they try to trivialize and justify the suffering of the innocents.
No, what you're saying is that because there is any suffering whatsoever in life, that therefore there shouldn't be life. But you had to have life
That's
to
not
begin
what I'm
with to
saying.
make this statement.
That's not what
So
I'm
it's
saying.
just
That's a straw man.
it's so.
That's a straw man, Vince.
No,
That's
it's
not what
not,
I'm saying
dude.
at all.
It's what you just said, dude.
Stop straw manning, Vince. Do better.
If you want, hey, look, how about this, brother? Let's have a real debate.
Yeah.
You just said you wanted to have debate. Let's have a moderator because this is nonsense. You're just
But you are
talking over
straw
me and
manning,
gish
right?
galloping. Let's set up a
Vince,
debate.
it sounds like you're getting emotional.
I want that
It
debate.
sounds like
No,
you're
I
getting
want that
desperate
debate.
here, Vince. You're
It's
floundering.
you because you're not
Vince,
letting me finish any sentences or make
do
any
it then.
points.
Do
You're
it.
just
Do it.
talking
This
over
is your
me.
last chance. Debate.
Okay. You're giving your subjective opinion that you believe in your own little fragile world in your head that because there's a little bit of suffering, all of life should be eradicated. That's a
Vince,
very
the vast
ridiculous,
majority of life
perverted.
is getting tortured to death as a baby. So where is this little amount of suffering?
The majority of children are getting tortured in the world. Could you have statistics to back that up?
Yeah, so most life born onto this planet will die as a baby in nature. And it will be a horrific, gruesome life and a horrific, gruesome death, usually being eaten alive, right? You wouldn't want to be eaten alive as a baby. You wouldn't want your mother to be eaten alive as a baby. Nobody should have to be eaten alive as a child or a baby or a human at all, right? Nobody should have to suffer in the extreme to where their life is just pure hell.
Dude, you're too much in your feelings. I'm sorry. Like you,
Right, so
I'm sorry
safety from suffering
I'm
for children
sorry.
is in my
I'm
feelings
sorry.
to you.
I'm
So
sorry that you look at
think
the
it's a
world
funny
this
idea.
way, dude. You have
Vince,
a very
Vince,
glass
you're
half
not
empty.
debating, Vince. There's no logic coming out here, just emotional garbage.
All of your entire argument is based off of your subjective opinion, emotions. Like,
I'm
babies
waiting for
suffer a
some
little
logic
bit,
here. I'm waiting for an
therefore
actual
I should
argument,
eradicate
Vince.
all of life. It's just such a dumb. It's so extreme, dude. You don't see that?
It's an extreme problem.
You have an extreme. You're taking an extreme. You just
Problem?
nuke the world because there's a little
No,
bit of
we're
suffering.
not advocating for nuking the world. So that's another straw man. Should we start counting the straw mans, Vince?
Did you not say
Vince,
eradicate
should
all
we
life?
get a tally? Should we have a counter for
Did
straw
you?
mans?
Well, let me ask you. I'll steel man you.
Because
Did
it's
you not
looking
say?
like we need one, Vince.
Do you want me to steel man you? Did you not say that all life leads to suffering, therefore we should eradicate all life? I thought that was your premise.
No, that's another straw man. You made that up. Timothy, add that to that's 6 straw mans now.
Can you please restate it then? Maybe I'm confused. Go ahead.
Well, we should abolish all suffering. We should provide safety for all life from extreme suffering. No child deserves to suffer. All life deserves safety, essentially. No life should be in danger. No life should be forced to exist and to be in danger. Everyone deserves safety from that. Everyone should be safe from being forced to exist in unsafe conditions.
Okay. So we should work to do that to the best of our ability. Okay. So why did you go to this eradicate all life thing? What is that about?
Because that is the only way, right? If we're in effectively hell, where most life being forced to exist here without consent is getting tortured to death, we can start seeing the world as being effectively hell. Then yeah, preventing life from being forced into hell is a good thing, and it's the right thing.
So you are for ending all life then, yes or no?
Are you blind? What does this
Well,
say?
I just,
What does
I
this
feel like I
say,
just
Vince?
asked. Well, hold on a
Vince,
second, dude. I just feel like I asked you that like
you're
literally 2 minutes
embarrassing
ago,
yourself, Vince.
and you
You're
said, "Oh, you're
embarrassing yourself.
strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me." And then I steel manned you, and you
Where's the
said I was
straw man?
wrong.
Okay, where's my
And then I
straw
just
man?
asked you again, and then you restated it like you're playing games with me. Let's do a real debate, dude. I'm not doing this anymore. Let's have a real, like, actual.
All right. Vince is cooked, burnt, and thrown in the bin. He's done. He's absolutely done. Wow. All right, let's bring on the next guest. Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, it's good. I actually quite like your take on this, and but I'd say that it's kind of like a little bit of a disingenuous argument. You really don't need to have it because the world technically sort of heading that way. It's doing its work for you. So
No,
you
it's
should
not
be
really,
happy.
no.
Do you not? Do you
No.
not? Well, so I mean, it only takes a press of a red button by a certain kind of blonde man somewhere in the United States.
No, wrong again. That's strike two.
So, well, okay, give me your plan.
I mean, firstly, to address what you suggested, the last asteroid had the power of over 1 billion nuclear bombs and still didn't cause total extinction. So nukes are never going to do it, and it's not a thorough way to do it either. It has to be a serious scientific endeavor. It has to be done in an organized and ethical way, not let's just throw some nukes and forget about it, right? We need to be certain that we're doing as much as we can in the best way, the most, the most vast and thorough way for all life, right? So if it takes thousands of years...
What is ethical extinction? Because it sounds like a contradiction that a 5-year-old would be ashamed to make.
Yeah. So it's about it. Essentially, extinction is the only way to provide safety for life from a life of suffering.
No, but the point is that there is no life, so it's an absolute oxymoron.
Yeah,
I mean,
but the thing is, if we understand that the world is effectively hell because most life here is being tortured and forced into it, then it's not an oxymoron.
Right now?
It's not an oxymoron because preventing life from being forced into cruelty and suffering is a good thing. So just because you don't have life,
are you being tortured right now? Are you being tortured right now?
Why do you ask?
Well, because you said everyone's being tortured, so that's.
When did I say that? So you're making the same mistake that the last person said.
Words. You did say those words. I think you should listen to what you actually say.
What did I say?
Because you said because everyone is being tortured right now.
No, I didn't.
You make blanket statements and then don't have the ability to
the vast majority of life.
The vast
Give
me a percentage.
Vast majority.
Give me a
over
percentage.
99%. Over 99%.
Over 99%. So which means that there's a high chance that you and I are being tortured at this point. Vince is being tortured.
This is getting really cringe. This is getting really cringe. Can we move on to a real argument? Do you want to make a point?
We are.
Do you want to ask a question?
It's difficult to have a real argument when your stats.
Really, you're finding it difficult to have an argument.
No,
that difficulty is your problem.
You said all children are being tortured. You said all babies are suffering. If you look at child mortality,
stop
child mortality is
2.8%.
It's not straw manning. You said all babies are suffering.
No, I didn't.
When you
I never
say
said
all
that.
and every, it's encompassing and it's juvenile.
I never said that. Stop lying.
How old are you?
This is your last chance. This is your last chance to have a real argument and bring up a real point.
You lost your chance of any credibility. Bye-bye.
Okay. So, well, that's just pathetic, right? The guy couldn't bring up a real argument, so he had to just imagine one and then debate against that. That's called a straw man. You know, when you can't actually debate, you make up a fake version and then debate that. I gave him every chance to bring up an argument. He couldn't do it. Hello, how's it going?
Hey. The fuck are you talking about, buddy? You want extinction? You think that's activism?
We want the abolition of all suffering.
Yeah, start with yourself then, bud.
What do you mean?
If you want extinction and you think that's the solution for all the problems, start with yourself. If you think the world is nothing but, suffering and all there is suffering and anything good isn't worth anything, off yourself right now. That's
Why?
your solution. That's
No,
your
no, no.
solution for
That's not
yourself.
my
If you think
solution.
that's the solution, kill
No.
yourself right now.
But that would actually be counterproductive to
No,
our,
it wouldn't,
our
because
movement.
you believe that it's the solution, right? You believe death is the solution for
No,
suffering.
no.
So
It's
kill
got to be
yourself then.
total extinction. So
Oh no, kill yourself, because you think death is the solution to suffering. So kill yourself then.
I
If you're
feel really
suffering,
sorry for people whose brains are so small that they actually think that what they're saying makes sense. So we've got TKSM20 in the chat saying, "Wow, the guest was so right." That's goofy. So for the people saying that I should kill myself and that would be really good for my movement, that's completely wrong, right? That's the worst thing I could do for my movement. So our movement has to grow until we can cause extinction. If we have no movement because everyone's killed themselves, where's the extinction going to come from? It's not, right? And the thing is, these clowns think that, well, they don't really think this, but they'll say this. They'll say, oh yeah, you kill yourself and then everyone else just follows suit, right? In what world is that going to happen? You think everyone's just going to start following suit? Where's this logic coming from? How many people commit suicide every day? You don't see the entire population just following. So, oh, well, yeah, let's all do it then. No, and that would actually do nothing to abolish all suffering, because that would do nothing to help animals. So we have to do it actively. We have to actively cause animal extinction. Me killing myself does nothing to help them. The animals aren't going to start committing suicide. So these people are just absolutely insane. So TKSM20 is saying, James, tell us about the cult you were in before this one. The thing is, I don't think I've ever actually been in a cult. So maybe TKSM20 is confused about someone else, because I've never actually been in a cult. If they'd like to join the stream and tell us about it, then they can join the queue. But they haven't done that. So until they do that, we won't know what they're on about. Let's get our next guest on. We've got Jokes Squared. Hello, how's it going?
I'm doing good, and yourself?
Good, thank you.
Okay, so I think I'm more interested in knowing how you hope to achieve your goal of total extinction.
Yeah, by growing the movement until we have enough people to carry it out.
Okay, so how do we actually carry it out? Let's say you grow the movement to, well, there's a lot of people in this world, over 8 billion. So let's just say, hypothetically, right, you grow it to 1 billion. How do you carry it out?
Okay, if we had 1 billion people, that's a good question. We would probably carry out a revolution, take power by force, and then we would start to use the resources and the authority and the organization that comes with having power to research and develop the best ways to cause extinction for animals. Part of the research would be removing our dependence and reliance on animals. Because if all animals disappeared today, the planet would become uninhabitable, basically. So we need to remove our reliance on them and remove them. And then we would also start researching cosmic extinction, so extinction for other planets. So that would mean researching how life develops and how we can prevent it from developing. And then if we can find the answer to that, then we can actually find a way to do it for other planets. And that's what we should do. We should prevent as much suffering for as much life as possible. And that's our mission.
Okay, how about for humans? Extinction for humans. Don't you think there's like too many people, like 8 billion, there's too many people, not enough food?
No, we've got lots of
dying,
food.
hungry.
We have lots of food. We just don't distribute it very well. If you go to a rich person's house, you'll see that there's loads of food. Food isn't the problem. So yeah, we need human extinction, but not now. It has to be later, because we need more humans so that we can do extinction for other life first. As the only ones capable of helping other species, we have to go last.
Okay, okay.
So,
So would you stand against, like the elites, the rich people like Elon Musk, the
yeah,
presidents, world leaders? Would you want to overthrow them?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, okay. So, if it makes any sense, when I watched Avengers Endgame, I was actually a fan of Thanos. Everybody was like, Thanos is the bad guy. But I'm like, maybe he's actually up to something because there's way too many people. But the animal, this is the first time I'm actually hearing about animals. So I learned something today. I
See,
learned something today because I've always been looking.
Thanos did it for different reasons, right? Thanos likes life. Thanos thinks life is a good thing and that it would just be better for everyone if there's less people. We think but even in Thanos's plan, people are still going to suffer, right? Even after he's done everything he wants to do, there's still going to be horrific suffering. So we're against all of that suffering. That's our motivation, not, wiping out half of the world, but just making sure that no life exists in a cruel and dangerous world like this one. Life should only exist in good conditions. That's what it deserves. Life deserves safety from cruelty.
Exactly, exactly. That makes a lot of sense. Like where I'm from, there's a lot of people who like having too many kids, but don't have the money to take care of those kids. Like I hate seeing that. It absolutely disgusts me. You shouldn't bring life into a place where it's not conducive for them, where you can't sustain that life. So you know what? I just followed you. I think I really subscribe to what you're saying.
Thank you.
Although I don't get the animal parts. I'm not
So
sure I understand that
animals
part.
suffer worse than humans. So animals can't look
Right.
after themselves. Most animals born on this planet will be eaten alive as babies. That's why animals have so many children. It's because the world is so dangerous that only a few will survive. So you have to pump out loads of them, and most of them will get tortured to death as babies, eaten alive as babies, starving to death as babies. So that's what we need to prevent. Human babies aren't being eaten alive, animal babies are. And so they are suffering worse than us, far worse. In fact, wild animals have the worst suffering, the worst conditions to live in, and yet they have the least care, the least attention, the least advocacy. People want it to continue, right? If you were naked, take off all your clothes and go into the forest and try and live there with no shoes, no socks, nothing, right? That's what animals have to do every day, and it's horrible for them. Most of them die terribly,
That's
and it's
true.
only by
That's
it's
so
only
true.
by
So
luck that I'm not an animal, right? It's only by luck and chance. You could be an animal, you could have been born an animal. So these are our fellow life forms, our fellow sentients, and empathy doesn't discriminate. So it doesn't matter who you are, what species you are. If you're suffering terribly, then you don't deserve that. No one deserves that. No one asks to be born. No one asks to be put into this danger and to then suffer. So no one is asking for this. Everyone is innocent. No one deserves to suffer. And we should abolish all suffering for everyone.
man, I hear you. I hear you. That makes a lot. That makes a lot of sense. It's so sad that there's not many people that have this mindset. When you talk about it, they're like, "Oh, you sound crazy. You're in a cult. You're in a cult." Like it's actually common sense that nobody deserves to suffer. It's actually
Yeah, it's common sense.
the yeah.
But it's the reason people have such bad ideas on this is because it's evolution. The smarter people have less kids, the stupider people have more kids. And so all of the irrationalities that support having kids, they get strengthened and they become the majority. They become the main source of the population. So the ones who are even more stupid, even more selfish, even more ignorant, and extremely selfish, they have even more kids. So that's why the world is terrible and why it's run by, selfish people. So we're
True.
now just starting to evolve out of this, right? Human history has been about progress, advancing, abolish slavery, women's rights, all of this stuff, and now finally humanity has gotten to the point where some people are starting to realize that all suffering is bad. Because before now, you've had people saying, this type of suffering is bad, slavery is bad, this is bad, that's bad. But there's never been a movement saying it's all bad. All different types of suffering are bad. And there's never been a movement that's working towards actually solving all of this, preventing all of it. Because most of our history, humans have still been under that natural way of thinking where they don't care about life, they don't care about suffering. It's an animalistic way to think. And that animalistic way of thinking is reinforced by, evolution and who has kids, who is having the kids. It's the ones that don't care. So that's why essentially the world doesn't care. Life existing has to be stupid, otherwise it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't keep reproducing. So it's only now that we're starting to break out of this mentality, to realize we can do better, we can be better, we can abolish all suffering for all life, and that no one deserves to suffer, and that we should stop discriminating. Because that's one of the main things that we do as a species, is to discriminate. We say, I shouldn't suffer, but they should. My family shouldn't suffer, but their family should suffer. So it's about discrimination, whereas we are completely against all forms of discrimination. We care fully about every life, every animal, every person, and every potential life as well. So life in the future. And so if you actually care about life, then you would understand that being trapped in a life of extreme hell and extreme suffering that you can't escape, where you're begging for death every day, but you still can't escape, that's the absolutely worst thing. And it's so bad that it can't be allowed. It's too terrible. It's not acceptable. And so that's the priority, is protecting life from the worst thing possible, because it's just so bad. And all life is in danger of this. You could get hit by a car tomorrow, you could be paralyzed, end up with brain damage, chronic pain, you could be completely fucked up tomorrow. We could all be. So we're all in danger right now. So even people say, would you go extinct? Yeah, because I understand that me existing, me living in this world means that I'm in extreme danger right now. And I always will be as long as I exist here. The worst things possible can happen to me. I don't want that. I don't want to be in that risk, in that danger. And yet I am. Tomorrow I could get hit by a car and, be trapped in a hospital bed for 30 years or something, suffering, and no one would know about it, right? So we're all in extreme danger, and we should stop that. The danger and the actual terrible suffering that comes about because of the danger, it outweighs any of the pleasures. If someone said you could have loads of fun, but you could, there's always going to be the risk you're going to be trapped in a life of hell, I don't want it. I don't want that danger. No life should have that danger.
True, true. People are so scared to go outside the box and think outside the box and listen to what they are not used to hearing. They just want to be comfortable with their life. If I wish every human could spend one day as a wild animal to, see and feel what other life forms feel, then they would definitely have a change of mind. They would definitely have it. But man, I'm so grateful that I scrolled and I found you, because you've taught me something different than I'm used to today.
Well, thank you for
So
coming on. And think
yeah.
about joining the movement. If you want to join the movement, it's very easy. Everyone can join. Go on the website, and at the bottom of the website, there's a link to our Discord and our WhatsApp group. You can join and become an activist if you like, or you can join and ask more questions. You can also read about us on the website. Lots of information there. On my TikTok profile, there's a clickable link, a button to the website. So you don't even have to type it in. You can just click on it on my profile and learn more about us.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely. Have a nice day, man.
You too. Thank you for coming on. And thank you for following, everyone. So let's get our next guest on. This person is against us. It's Oni. Let's get Oni on board. Hello.
No, just answer the question. Don't start talking about anything yet. Okay, just answer the question.
What What question? Sorry. Hello, Oni. Are you there? What's going on?
Would you say that the whatever you said, 0.001% of animals wanting to kill themselves justifies
I can't hear you, Oni. You're gonna have to speak louder.
like you proposed, killing every animal. Do you think that justifies it?
Yeah. So the end of suffering is justified by almost anything.
Okay, let's take a deer for example. How is the suffering of a deer bad if the deer itself doesn't consider it bad?
Oni, your microphone is on like no battery or something. I can't hear a word you're saying. I really tried. Fix your audio issues and then join the stream again. But honestly, nobody can hear you. Like literally no one. So yeah, the queue is empty. If you want to join, if you've got questions, you want to chat, now's your chance. Slap that button. Let's bring you on the stage. Let's hear your side of it. Do you think we should abolish suffering or we shouldn't? Do you think that children deserve safety from suffering, or do you think they should be in danger of suffering? Some people think that, suffering's really not that bad, that it's not even a real issue. Okay, we've got someone joining now. Let's get them on. Hello, how's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you going? How's it going?
Good.
Yeah. So I've been watching for a while now, and this conversation is interesting. But I would like to ask you though, do you think there is like bliss in the world, or it's simply just suffering?
There's a bit of both, obviously, There's some happy people out there, but most of life is suffering because most life is wild animals and they have terrible suffering.
Yeah, but do you know what suffering feels like from their perspective, or from the perspective of an animal, or you use your own perspective?
Yeah, as animals, we have, a lot of things in common, a lot of similarities. We have nervous systems. We understand that, the sensations are pretty similar for, across life. So like pain, we all react the same way to it.
But in that case, like the pain, right, a lot of times leads to the death of the animal, right? Like the end of its life.
Yeah.
So your own remedy is to prevent that pain in the first place by preventing life, right?
Yeah.
I just don't seem to get the logic, because if in a world where bliss does exist and suffering also exists, and you don't know what it's like to experience suffering from the perspective of an animal, right? You could say the sensations are the same, but we are drastically different. Like you're able to contemplate this kind of questions, and an animal just simply wants to survive, right? Enjoys surviving, right? Like he doesn't care about your perspective on what's happening. And it's kind of grandiose, but I don't know. I just see it like you don't know what it's like for them, and they might be having.
Well, the thing is to say that, there's no chance any of them are suffering, that would be dishonest, really. So you're effectively trying to minimize our moral consideration for them instead of maximizing it, right? So if we were actually trying to really think about them and care about them, we would say, yeah, they probably are suffering and the potential for suffering is massive. Instead of trying to justify it and trivialize it, we should be doing the opposite, right? So, we should say, oh, that child could have a really bad life. It could be, really, really bad. But you're saying, it'll probably be fine. But that's not really caring about them. That's not really looking out for them. You have to fully consider the dangers that they're in and whether they should be in that danger.
So in the same vein, right, like a pro-extinction movement also would cause suffering, right? Like, because I, for one, love life, right? Like, I love it so much. I used to be in this kind of mindset just a couple of years ago. But a lot has happened since then that now makes me appreciate life. And extinction of humans and animals would cause me and a great deal of people suffering,
Yeah,
So it's
but
like,
that suffering is not a good enough reason to not do it, basically.
how so?
Because you're essentially favoring the larger of two evils over the lesser of two evils.
No, like it's more of
Yeah,
a
you
lot.
are. You're saying that we should continue suffering for billions of years to prioritize the tiny, tiny, tiny minority of currently existing people and to prioritize them over the vast majority of future life.
I don't think it's a matter of like tiny, the way you seem to say it, right?
Really?
Because
You don't think that the current existing population is tiny in comparison to the future of billions of years of more generations?
I think we are moving in a direction where like the suffering you're talking about can be drastically minimized in a couple of years. I
Really?
do
In a
believe
couple of years?
Yeah, I honestly do believe
And is
that.
there any sort of examples of this happening ever before?
No, we are walking into a time that has actually never happened before with AI emerging. Like we don't know how crazy that kind of life is going to look like. So
It
it's
doesn't
like
matter what it
I
looks
feel
like, right? If it's still going to have suffering, then it's not acceptable.
that's what I'm saying. Like we don't know how much it would reduce
Yeah,
said
but the
suffering.
thing is, reducing suffering is unethical. So if it's going to reduce suffering, that's unethical. We shouldn't, fight for it. That's wrong. Reducing suffering instead of ending suffering is like the most immoral thing that you can do.
But you cannot end suffering. That's the thing.
Why not?
Because people want to leave, right? It's up to them to be like, I want to leave. I want to leave. An animal wants to leave.
And what's that got
Like,
to do with our movement not being able to be successful?
because of you're trying to end the life of people, right? Like you're trying to end life, and I want to leave for one. I know lots of people that wants to leave. Host of animals want to
Yeah,
leave.
so there's going to be resistance, but that doesn't mean it's impossible.
No, I'm not saying it's. I'm saying it causes suffering. It's immoral.
It doesn't cause more suffering. It's not immoral. You're saying that we should prioritize a tiny minority over the vast majority of sufferers. That's immoral.
No, I'm saying
Yeah, you
let
are.
people
Yeah,
be.
you are, though, right?
I'm saying like let people be, right? Like if there is bliss in the world, people would find it. If there's suffering,
It sounds like an
happen.
extremely childish mentality where you sound like you're half asleep, basically, and your head is in the clouds. Like it's like I'm talking to a 3-year-old or something. Oh, if there's bliss in the world, then that's all we need to worry about. What the hell are you talking about? There's children being torn apart, and you're like, there's some bliss, so just forget about it. Jesus Christ, monkey balls. All right, let's get somebody else on. We have an anonymous user coming on. Hello.
Hello.
That's good.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. Yeah, I just want to ask some questions, all right?
Great, let's do it.
Yeah, so just keep it simple. Could you give me examples of suffering?
Yeah, being eaten alive, depression, cancer,
Yeah. Do you agree that some of those are quite extreme?
Yeah, but what do you mean by extreme?
Like, that's really, really bad. Like, you would think it's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I can see like you saying this kind of suffering, but you never really mention about, natural disasters and any of sort of like, pretty bad ones as well. So
I do mention natural disasters like, forest fires, earthquakes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I just want to say, like, what would you do in this situation? So I'm in your movement, all right? And I know someone is being, having
abused.
Child. yeah, molestation, right? But they come over to me and say, look, if I tell anyone, if I do anything, I'm dead. I'm unalived. I need your advice. What would I do?
So, what you're asking me what I would do if a child came up to me and said, "I'm
No,
not
I'm
allowed."
just asking. I'm in your movement. I'm in general. Someone's suffering. Someone's, getting having child rape.
Yeah.
I know it's happening,
Yeah.
and they go to me and say, "Look,
Tell the police.
if I tell anyone, if I do anything, I'm
Tell the
I'm
police.
unalived."
Get the police involved.
Okay, but you're saying that as like I've got the privilege to do that, but other people might not.
Like who?
Like tribes, like people who don't.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's a good question. I suppose, yeah, potentially non-existence would be the solution.
Which non-existence, mine or the child?
Well, how would yours help?
Well, what should I do? Is the question.
Well, you should call the police.
Okay, but what should someone do? Like, if I'm in your movement, they don't have
You should
police.
work
You're
towards.
saying that as in
You should do
terms of
peaceful activism
privilege.
with it. Yeah, you should do activism with us. That's if you join the movement. Yeah.
So I'm not stopping the child rape.
It's not our responsibility to just be vigilantes.
So I'm allowing it to happen.
No, you should call the police.
Yeah, but I don't have the privilege of that. And if they go over there, they might not do
What
anything.
situation? What's the
It might not
scenario
help.
where you don't have the privilege?
No, but let's say I don't have the privilege.
So
because there's people in the world that don't have the privilege to do it.
Okay, so you're in a tribe, and a girl comes to you, a kid comes to you, and says, "Help! I'm being abused." And so what? You can't just go to the elder of the chief of the tribe.
Well, I'm going to ask what I'm supposed to do about it, because if I do something, I'm dead.
This is a weird scenario. Can we maybe move on to a different one?
But you have to understand, this happens all the time, because if people are getting threatened, they can't end what you're looking for. In gangs, right? In gangs in like Mexico, they want to do something about it, but they can't because you're asking for safety, but that doesn't make me safe.
Yeah, you really didn't think this through before pushing that request to join button, did you? All right, the queue is empty, so if somebody else wants to come on, now's the chance to do it. Slap that button, let's bring you on, let's get you on stage and have a conversation, debate, discussion. If you have any questions, now's your chance to ask them. So, yeah, I have no idea what the last guy was talking about. I genuinely think he has some serious issues. I don't even know what point he was trying to make, right? It was like he was trying to ask, should we, unalive that kid, basically. Well, I mean, the thing is, we have to understand life as a bad thing, right? It is bad to be alive. So people ask me these questions, these awkward questions, and essentially the answer is going to revolve around, one, the bigger picture, and two, safety and prevention of suffering. So the bigger picture means, if that human no longer exists, is it good or bad for suffering elsewhere? Is it going to mean that more wild animals suffer? Is it going to mean that there's less humans to help with the extinction project? So, most people are not looking at this in the greater picture, and that's why they have such awkward questions with, awkward answers that are going to come out of those questions. But ultimately, life is always a bad thing in a dangerous world like this one. So that child would be better off not existing. But you have to consider the greater picture, So that's why we don't go out and commit random acts of violence. We need humans. We need humans to help prevent suffering for others. If we didn't need humans, then it would be a different story, and we'd be actively pursuing human extinction now. Now, we wouldn't be doing that in like a purge type scenario. Again, it would be done as an organized way. In like, imagine the government doing it basically in the most peaceful way it could. It wouldn't be that peaceful, obviously, but yeah, that's what we would be doing. But we need humans for now. If we didn't, then we'd be working towards total extinction of humanity with force. Yeah, by force. It wouldn't be voluntary, it wouldn't be optional. The euthanasia would just be coming for everyone as soon as possible. To provide them safety, basically. Because again, life is a bad thing. Hello, how's it going?
Hey, what's up? I'm good, and you?
Good, good.
Okay, so from what I've understood of your thoughts, suffering is bad, so everyone must die, which prevents people from suffering.
Yeah.
But in my way of viewing things, I'm happy to suffer. I think that most of the things that exist in universe are inanimate, like a rock will never experience suffering or happiness or anything. And I think that having this short period where you have the possibility to live, which will make like a century at the most, is like a cool experience. And
right, but if the vast majority are being tortured to death as babies, then it's not something that's worth doing, right?
What?
So the vast majority of life, over 99% of life born on this planet, will have a painful death during childhood, right? Most of them will die being eaten alive as babies. So, you know...
you are talking about animals?
Yeah.
But I prefer to born and then being eaten alive than just not exist.
Right, but that doesn't give you the right to force that onto others.
Okay, so and you're right. What give you the right to force death on others? I mean,
because death is going to be forced on much more life if we don't prevent it.
I don't think death is a bad thing. I don't think existence is a bad thing.
So you're contradicting yourself. What gives you the right to force death? And then in the next sentence, you're saying death is a good thing.
I don't.
What the fuck?
I think that you deciding for others is a bad thing.
Why?
I think that if you want to
we
kill
decide
yourself,
for
you
others
have
all the
right
time. That's the way the world works. Nobody is independent from people making decisions on their behalf. All of the laws that you follow, you know, your family makes rules for you. You know, this idea that, you know, we shouldn't decide for others is completely garbage.
Okay, I mean, like, okay, so the choice you want to make for, I'm pretty sure you're trolling, bro.
No, we're saying that no child deserves to be abused to death. You're saying they do. So you're trolling.
No,
Yeah.
I think.
So why don't you take that opinion and fuck off with it? Okay. The queue is currently empty. So if you want to join, you want to have a chat, you want to discuss suffering and the abolition of suffering, now's your chance. Okay, we've got a troll coming on. Let's take on this troll. I think it's a troll.
I'm not a troll. I'm actually someone who's been slowly like agreeing with the movement and thinking that it's the hard truth.
Okay,
And I just wanted to come up on here and tell you the last time I came on here, I said something like it was stupid, and I just wanted to say I'm joining the movement. So I think what you're saying is the hard truth, and it's something that I'm just gonna start believing in.
Okay, well, great. See, the thing is, I am quite rude on my stream, quite mean to people, and people often criticize us for it, but we all do it at the movement. The thing is, anyone that cares about suffering or is going to care about it, they're not going to care about us being mean. So, you know, we're mean to each other all the time at the movement. We're savage to each other because we know that anyone that gets offended enough to the point where they leave the movement, they shouldn't have been in the movement anyway. So come and have banter with us, come and do activism with us.
Yeah, and I think you can still be kind and do great good things even with this belief. It's not like we're terrible people. Like we honestly have more empathy than other people. It's not like we want to like slaughter everyone or torture everyone. Like we just want everything to not like be here. Like it's just simple. It's like a simple thing when you actually just think about it, but it's when you actually just like think about it, people get scared and they kind of
One
don't
of the
know
main
what to.
differences isn't even just about suffering. One of the main differences between us and other people is it's more about caring about the rest of the world, wanting the best for others, caring about other life, and saying, this isn't good enough. We've got to do better. But most people don't do that. They know that the world is bad. They know that the world is terrible, that it's run by pedophiles, and yet they don't want to do anything. They just see it as I need to survive in this world. That's it. They never think I should do something to help this world become better. It's just about themselves, basically.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like I feel so pointless and I just want to help in a lot of ways that like I just feel like I can't, but you actually can, and it starts by speaking out and doing the right thing and actually saying, you know what, I'm not gonna be like everyone else and actually fucking take a step forward, even if it's like the smallest thing ever, even if you're creating the smallest little wave. I mean, like someone's got to start it, like someone's got to say some shit, like it can't just be like this forever. And if it is, then it is, and we're just gonna die out one day from nukes or climate change or whatever the fuck. So
Yeah,
yeah.
the activists in our movement are compelled to take action. So taking action isn't an optional thing. If there's a child in front of you screaming, you take action, right? So just
Mhm.
because they're not in front of us doesn't matter to us. We're still going to take action, and we're always going to be fighting for it because we know that children are screaming in pain, trapped in lives of extreme hell, and then dying brutally, right? You wouldn't want to experience that. Nobody should have to experience that. And so we feel their pain, and we're not going to stop until it's over.
Yeah, and a lot of these people in this chat, like they're like religious and all this other shit. I feel like why are they even here? Like get out of this chat. Like all these people in the chat that are being retarded, please leave. I'm sorry, but it's just not your conversation. I feel like why do people care about this so much unless they actually want to join or debate or say something that actually means anything? Like, fucking pissed me off, man. But I got to go to work. Good talking to you. I'll see you later, dude.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Join the movement, join our Discord, join our WhatsApp. If you want to start doing activism, we can help you find ways to do it. Whether it's making videos, that's the best way, or there's lots of other ways as well. So, there's like admin work, there's manually inviting people, there's re-uploading our videos, reposting videos, loads of ways that you can contribute. The best way is to put your face on camera and make videos. There's ways to do videos without your face on camera, and there's other ways to do lots of other helpful activism. So if you want to join the movement and help us, there's lots of ways to help, and you can join on the website. So yes, we do want to get some debates going. We want to get someone on the stream as fast as possible. So let's get someone on. We need people to join that queue, come up and have a debate. Let's hear your questions. Let's hear your opinions. So Bonus Kudos is asking who funds you? And a lot of people ask the same question, and for some reason they think, well, I guess they're very racist. They're always accusing me of being funded by Israel. Now, if you're not unintelligent, then you'll realize that that's an insane thing to suggest and an insanely racist thing to suggest, right? Jewish people, Israelis, they're not evil monsters coming for the end of the world, you know, and they're also not compassionate enough to support the abolition of all suffering. So it's irrelevant. All right, so we're still waiting for someone to join the queue. As soon as they do, I will bring them onto the stage. That's what we're here for. We're here for debates. We're waiting for someone to join and debate. In the meantime, we'll answer some questions from the comments. So, who funds you? No one. I wish I was being funded. Is this guy for real? Yes. All right, we've got the architect joining us now. Is the architect a Naruto fan? Let's bring them on. Hello, how's it going?
Hello, hello. How are you?
Good.
I just want to say, Vince of York, he cooked you, and you got a booger in your right nostril. If you want to pick that, okay?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you might be right, you know. Or is it just a bit of hair? I think it's just hair. Oh, no, maybe a little booger. But no, that guy definitely didn't cook me. All right. So the queue is looking pretty empty at the minute. We're going to have to bring on some trolls from the queue. But that's okay. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
You kicked me earlier, but you couldn't give me an answer.
To what? You wouldn't ask the question.
Yeah. So this is the scenario. I know child rape is happening.
Yeah.
But they threaten my life, and they tell me if I say anything or if I do anything, I'm gone.
But how's
So
this
what would you
relevant to extinctionism, though?
Because.
Why don't you give me some options? Like, give me multiple choice here, and then we can talk about it.
What do you mean multiple choice? I'm giving you a scenario. I want you to answer it. I'm in your movement. Let's say that. I know this is happening. I want to stop suffering. What should I do?
The thing is, it's an invalid scenario because it doesn't make sense.
This is already happening now. But you want us to do it now, right?
You've got to give me a realistic scenario that I can reply to. So you said
I'm saying there's
no
child
police.
like there's
There's
child
no
rape
police.
happening. Could be next door. Could
There's
be
no police in this scenario. So where is the scenario taking place?
I'm saying that sometimes you could have police, but I'm saying you've got the privilege to do that. There are other people who don't. So what would their circumstance be?
I just don't get what the point of this is. I feel like you're trying to make a point.
Yeah. The point
and you're
is,
wrapping it in some extremely confusing.
One, you haven't really dealt with the suffering problem that is there, and two, it's because of that this is basically
child being abused.
This is basically a movement that is going to extend way beyond like a long time. It's probably not really going to happen.
Are you asking, would I unalive the child? Is that what you're trying to ask?
No, I'm asking what should I do in the scenario that I have to either deal with the situation in regards to my own life, or what do I do?
So you're saying, should I put myself in danger to try and help that child?
Yeah.
It depends.
You said call the police at first.
Yeah, but you're saying that's not an option.
Not for most people. Maybe you could say that.
How?
You could argue maybe it might not be.
I just wish you'd been able to ask this in a more sensible, straightforward way instead of this incredibly convoluted scenario.
But the scenario does happen. I explained it with gangs.
Okay. So just do what you can. Do activism for the abolition.
No, I
of
should just
all
do
this.
activism and ignore the suffering, allow the child rape.
But the thing is, right, there's loads of children out there. So why are you making a special case?
That's my point. You're not doing anything.
Why are you making a special case for this one child?
Why am I making a special case for? I'm saying that you know it's happening.
Yeah, but we
So
know that
why
lots
should
of children
you?
are being.
You're advocating for activism. I should do something. Why am I not doing anything?
Yeah, well, you're not talking about activism for the abolition of all suffering.
I'll take the actual answer, right? You should actually go and save the child.
Okay.
But nobody really does that because they're threatened by their own life, and that's the argument.
What are you talking about, man? Honestly.
I have a second argument if you want to go, but I don't think.
How is
I
that
think
an
you already.
argument
You
against
couldn't answer my question before,
How
so.
is that? So why don't you answer this? Well, how is that an argument against extinctionism?
Because your movement will never really actually progress. People will always preserve their own life because you argue for safety. So why would I go and
So
save
you're
someone
immediately
else?
wrong. You're wrong.
If I
though.
can think.
I can prove right now that you're wrong.
Go ahead. You didn't answer my question before, so
Yeah,
go ahead.
well, you're talking so much nonsense. Let's focus on this immediately.
It was a
disprovable
scenario that does happen.
Do you want to hear it or not? Do you want to hear it or not?
Yeah.
So the movement is progressing. It is advancing every day. It's growing. So you're talking shit.
I heard you say it had like 20 people in 3 years. Is
Yeah.
that really growing that much?
Yes.
Okay. But I'm
Started
asking
with
you,
one
if I'm in your
person. Started
movement,
with
what
one
do I do
person.
with the
It's growing.
suffering?
Hey?
If I'm in your movement, what do I do about the suffering that exists now?
Well, we wouldn't want someone like you in the movement, but
I'm not. It's not me. I'm just saying for the
yeah,
regular person who isn't in the movement.
we would do activism. We do activism for the abolition of all suffering, right?
Yeah, your movement is like, you've got total empathy, so you want to do it for every single person.
The thing is, you're suggesting, and I talk about this all the time. It's like if there's a tap running with water, you would try and catch the water instead of just turning off the tap, right? So the water's always going to run, and the water will keep
I know
running
you would say that, but like
forever.
it's like I haven't done anything about
But the
preserving
water will
suffering
keep running.
right now.
The water will keep running forever.
You're allowing
unless
the
we
child
turn off
rape
the
then.
tap.
You're allowing the child rape because you want your movement to be really the idea of it.
Okay, you're not making any sense though, right?
Let me give you another argument because you probably don't want to answer this question. Let's say
What's the question? What are we doing
the
for
scenario?
currently existing
You didn't answer the
sufferers?
scenario.
What are we doing for currently existing sufferers? We can't do anything for them.
So you allow it to happen?
No, it's going to happen anyway, right? So we have to spend our
But
time
efficiently. It's there, it's happening.
Listen, we have
You're
to
not doing
spend our
anything about
time. We have to spend our time efficiently. We know that suffering is happening all over the world. One instance isn't going to make a difference. If I cared about making individual differences, I would join a charity or a movement for something else, right?
So the things that we're doing right now about the police and everything else, they don't matter to you. They basically, we're already doing something about it, and suddenly that's wrong.
You
right?
would prefer that we spend our time not working towards the end of all suffering so that it continues forever, basically.
Okay. I mean, put you another argument then.
Am I right? That's basically what you're
No,
trying
that's
to
your movement. You've just explained your movement. That doesn't really say anything you're right about it. Let me give you another argument. Let's say I join your movement and you want to preserve all of life, right? I mean, sorry, extinct all of life. So you want to know that another life form... Do you believe in aliens?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we're most likely say we would find an alien, right? What's like your likely scenario then to have total extinction?
Yeah, so it's about researching how life develops on planets and how to prevent it developing. The vast majority of life that we'll be helping will be in the future and won't exist yet. So most life, it's not going to be about making it go extinct. It'll be about preventing it from coming about. So it's going to be a scientific endeavor, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, like when I hear about science on your stream, it's you're not really explaining the science
Science denier, or
because I think that if you had to progress with this, you're going to do some more extreme levels of suffering to push it on. You're going to basically grape them. You're going to torture them because you would never know if they're totally extinct. Like, how would you destroy the oceans right now if you would know that the aliens could survive a lot of things? You would have to bring them over and pretty much torture them in some way.
What the
So your
hell are you
movement
smoking?
is completely
What the hell are you
more
smoking?
suffering.
What drugs are you on, mate?
Well, why is it not more suffering? Because I don't think you have a real scientific background,
This
or you don't
usually
have
helps
anything
people
scientific
snap
to
out
do
of
with
their
it.
stupidity, okay? So if we had to torture every animal and every human on Earth for 10,000 years, then it would still be better than the alternative. So we have to choose the lesser of two evils. You're advocating for the larger of two evils. We should advocate for the lesser. So if we don't do extinction, suffering will continue for billions of years. And so, it's impossible to cause more harm or suffering with extinction than you prevent. Plus, extinction is about providing immediate safety. So it's not about torturing people. That's what life does and is already doing. Euthanasia provides immediate safety from suffering, safety from a bad life, and safety from reproduction. So it's an immediate benefit and an immediate safety. There's really no torture involved when it's done properly and it goes right.
Yeah, but you'd need a scientific background to be able to actually euthanize these aliens, and you wouldn't know
Why?
how to do that without
Why?
torturing them.
Why would we need that?
Because they could survive a lot of things. They can preserve their own
Yes, we should use
species.
science. Yeah, we should use science. Yeah, for sure.
And science has always kind of basically done worse things to be
Really?
able to get
So you
medical
are a
advances.
science denier. You're a flat earther. You're an anti-science person.
I'm
Probably an
definitely
anti-vaxxer.
not a flat earther. I'm
Let me
definitely a
get.
scientist.
Are you anti-vax as well?
No, I've been vaccinated 3 times.
Wow. Well, I'm amazed.
Yeah.
Because you're denying science, basically.
No,
You're saying that
I've been
science
vaccinated
always
3
makes
times. I
things-
believe in the science.
You've just said science always makes things worse.
No, I haven't. I'm saying you would need to. You would
That's what you
need
just
to
said.
You would have to do
No,
horrific
let's not let
scientific
you escape from
experiments
this.
in order to
That is what you
eventually
just said, right?
cause total extinction.
No,
Because you
not at all.
want to make sure
No, because
that these
euthanasia doesn't
they
need
are definitely
research,
extinct.
right? Look, we could take any animal on this planet and we could find a way to euthanize it very easily, right? So euthanasia is very easy, whereas, anything else is going to be harder. Euthanasia does solve suffering immediately. Nothing else does.
Yeah, but you're saying euthanasia as like a simple, really easy thing to end their life. But what are these aliens completely? They reject it. It doesn't work on them. You would have to find another scientific way.
Oh no!
To do
but, how terrible.
So what? You like in terms you were saying about doing it ethically? Is like that's not really ethically done.
I've just told you that even if we had to torture everyone for 10,000 years, it would still be more ethical than the alternative. So it doesn't matter how painful extinction is, it's by default always better
So
than
you
the
want
alternative.
more? You're okay with the more and more suffering in the world, as long as total extinction just happens, which it doesn't happen, because
You're really struggling here. You're really struggling here. You're really
No, I'm
struggling.
not
So why don't
I'm
you
not
try
struggling.
again? You're really struggling here, so let's give you one last chance, okay? Let's
You
let
can
try
answer
again.
my first question, and you literally are just saying, "Look,
Your first
we want
question
torture."
was
you're
literally,
going to
you
torture.
need a
You have
map
no
just to
scientific
understand your
background
first
behind
question.
this. So
You would need-
how would you do it? You just say euthanasia. That's it.
What?
You don't. What would you do? You
For
just euthanize them. But I'm saying if it gets rejected, what would you do? What would you have
What
to
gets
do?
rejected?
Because what's the euthanasia that you're doing to them?
There's lots of different ways to euthanize animals.
This is not animals. These are aliens because you believe in them.
Right, but they're just going to be animals, basically. They're not going to be like magical beings or anything.
So the animal. So I'm saying. So the animals are actually aliens on the planet.
Life on other planets will effectively be animals, yeah.
Are you sure about that? You don't have really any proof about that.
As opposed to what?
You don't know.
Jesus Christ,
they're-
dude.
they're-
All right, that's it. You're done. You're finished. You're finished, mate. You have no idea what you're talking about. Your questions are garbage. You're still harping on that I didn't answer your first question. You need a fucking map just to understand it. What would you do if you couldn't call the police and it was your neighbor's kid and then you can call the police? What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, let's move on to the next person. Hello, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I've not been on it long enough to kind of understand. So can you just give me what pro-extinctionism actually is?
Yeah, so we are a movement of activists fighting for the total abolition of all suffering. So we need to cause total extinction and the total prevention of life developing as well. So as much safety for as much life as possible through extinction. It's about understanding that this world is too dangerous and cruel for life to exist in, and that life is better off not being forced, without consent to exist here and to then suffer terribly, to be trapped in lives of hell. So safety from a life of hell and a terrible life and, all of the severities within, that's more important than access to having a bit of fun. If someone said, would you like to have a bit of fun, but you're going to be in extreme danger while you do it and you could be trapped in pure hell, I'd say no, right? And yet
Right.
that is what's happening to life here, and so we should prevent it. And total extinction is the only way to do that, and it's the only ethical and moral thing to do. We don't need life to continue. We don't need to mindlessly continue the species. All it does is cause extreme harm.
Have you had a positive life? Have you had a good upbringing?
Why do you ask?
I just feel that some people may say life is horrible, yet they've never seen the beauty in life.
Well, the person that created this movement has never suffered in his life, and says that he's, one of the most privileged people on the planet.
Okay. Now, so you say that we should we should kill everything and everyone.
Yeah.
So you're willing to you're willing right now, if your leader said you would die.
Can you ask that again? Sorry, can you ask that again? I didn't hear it.
You're willing to, if your leader asked, you're willing to.
Yeah, so absolutely. As activists, we are, and as empathetic people, we are willing to give up our life if necessary. So even if it was just, preventing someone from being trapped in a life of hell, yeah, I'd give my life up for it. Not within the context of me being an activist, though, because we need activists, and activists are worth more than non-activists at the minute. So if it was in a moral vacuum and there was no activism to worry about, then yeah, we would sacrifice ourselves for others. And that's what we are doing. We are sacrificing our time to do activism to abolish all suffering. Carol, it seems like you've sort of glitched out of the stream. Consider joining the queue again and we can try and bring you back up. Let's get, see who's in the queue. Let's try bringing up Bunsy Onesie. Hello, how's it going?
Oh, nice. Good. How's it going with you?
Good.
That first guy was decaying my brain with
I
the
know,
things
right?
he was saying.
Painful.
Like aliens and yada yada yada, like that is so far off the topic. Anyways, so I want to start off with there are certainly validities to your claims. However, what I'm more curious about is with what you're trying to achieve, doesn't that involve you would be one of the people that is exterminated, taken out?
Yeah, well, like I was just saying, we're willing to give up our lives for the greater good. Yeah.
So my question is too, do you have a major depressive disorder?
Most people in the movement don't, as far as I know. Like I said, the person that made the movement, he says he's one of the happiest people in the world, has one of the best lives in the world. So you don't need to be depressed to be in this movement. The person that made it has never had depression.
Okay. And your basis is behind that even just one being going through as much suffering as, say, an animal in the wild is going through is enough for us to not accept that and take the plunge, which I would say I am of the belief as well that no amount of, like, whenever it comes to, like, would you have 10 children be like suffering for the rest of their lives, or or choose between the country like living on, I would choose the we're all going down together type of situation. However, with what you're proposing is, so not just animals, but all humans as well, or like
as much life as possible.
Okay, are euthanized. I mean, obviously, that's not like being like taken out in a way that is not that like we wouldn't be able to do controlled suicide for everybody on a reasonable scale.
No, it's not fair to
So
ask people to do that either, right? It's a really horrible thing to have to do. So we wouldn't want people to have to do that. We wouldn't ask them to do it. We would do it for them.
yeah, no, I'm saying like the death penalty, for example. We don't even have enough funding to be able to have the chemicals that bring people out peacefully. I know that there are other methods like I think they were doing like helium chambers in other countries as assisted suicide. So like, what's the project plan here? Like, is there any like actual movement for like a timeline?
Well, people always ask us, can you predict the future? And the answer is always going to be no, right? We can't give you an accurate timeline because we just have to do our best, right? It's hard to predict what the world is going to look like 10 years from now. So no, there's never going to be a timeline. We just have to do as much as we can. And it's an uphill battle at the minute. Most people are against extinction. So yeah, we have to fight to change that, and that's what we're working on.
Okay, well, any goal needs a at least projected type of timeline with a plan. So
Why?
your organization it needs to come up with something, because otherwise you're never going to get any backing, because you need some
that's not
kind
true.
of
Well, that's
you
inaccurate.
need kind
That's
of
factually inaccurate. We've got lots of people joining that understand that, yeah, we can end all suffering. We should fight for it. It's as simple as that.
Would you vote for a president with no projected plan for achieving his goals?
But we don't have no projected plan, because we have a plan and it's in action right now. We're carrying out the plan.
You just said that you did not have a timeline.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. Who could possibly say? So,
Who could
the thing
possibly?
is, you wouldn't go
have
to
to
the
set-
anti-slavery movement 200 years ago and say, if you don't have a timeline for this, I can't support it. Right? That would sound ridiculous, wouldn't it?
If you're a leader of a cause, you most definitely could have a timeline. You would
All right,
suggest.
you're done. You're finished. Timeline my ass. All right, let's bring on Elio. Hello.
Okay, hello. I have a question for you. What do you think about transhumanism and the possible emergence of a species composed of beings who will experience nothing but happiness and power for all their existence?
Yeah, so
Do you
it's,
think we should extinct these species too?
Yeah, the thing is, we have to prioritize safety from suffering, safety for children. If we're not doing that, then we're going to let them down. Transhumanism isn't an ethical way to solve suffering, because you're effectively saying we should create magic, right? So it's not a realistic way.
No, I'm not saying we should create magic. I'm talking about a really concrete thing that is happening right now with AI development, and every like AI development may achieve super intelligence in less than 10 years, and we may be capable of creating a species of human who will experience nothing but like happiness. And what do you think about this possibility? Do you think we should extinct these species too, or no?
So it really just depends on whether or not they're safe. So if there's 100% safety, then it's a good thing. If there's anything less than that, then they should still go extinct. You can mess about with people's brains and stuff, but if there's a chance that it can still go wrong, that something bad can happen, then it's not worth the risk. But yes, we should do transhumanism. We should improve conditions, basically. The way I see transhumanism is that it's just about, conditions are improving. Eventually, they might get, to the point where it's like heaven, essentially. So yeah, that's a good thing. Life getting better conditions is a good thing. But ultimately, life being in danger is unacceptable. So if there's any danger, then it's not good enough, basically. And we shouldn't prioritize transhumanism because that's like prioritizing pleasure. We should prioritize safety and prevention of suffering.
Okay, so do you think that, like, imagine, because a lot of the arguments you were saying on this live were about essentially animals, you know. You were talking essentially about like the suffering of, I don't know, like a baby chicken who born in you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And you think that if humans were the only species, the balance of the happiness versus suffering will not be worth it to live? Do you think your life is not worth it?
Yeah, absolutely. So life shouldn't exist in dangerous conditions no matter what. You know, it doesn't matter how good the life is. If there's still extreme dangers, then it's not worth it.
What, like, concretely, what extreme danger are you talking about for your life? Like, you an European guy who live in surely pretty good condition, and which danger are you talking about? I'm not saying you like everybody, like a lot of people are
well,
born
you're
in
making a
horrible
perfect
countries.
example. You're making a perfect example of how people don't think about the risks that we're in. So you're saying, well, what risk are you talking about? Well, it should be obvious, but it's not obvious because that's a mechanism for evolution and reproduction. It's to be blind to the risks. So what risk am I in? Well, I could get hit by a car tomorrow. I could be paralyzed with chronic pain, right? And chronic depression. Right? I could be trapped in a life of pure extreme hell, right? So we're all in that danger, and life doesn't deserve to be forced to exist and to have to deal with that danger. No one deserves to be forced into dangerous situations. They're not asking for it, right?
Like you will probably choose to be euthanasiaed, if you were paralyzed yourself.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so no, but that's a good question because like me, I'm willing to take the risk of like eventually being paralyzed or to have chronic pain.
Right,
if
but we shouldn't force that risk onto anyone. Just because you want to take that risk
so
doesn't
you
mean everyone else
antinatalist, you're
will
not
have.
a pro-extinction. If you think I shouldn't force the risk on my children, I can understand that. But I'm willing to take the risk of being paralyzed. If you aren't willing to take that risk, then you can. I don't know, I'm not saying kill yourself in like mean way, but you know what I mean. I'm willing to live, and I'm willing to take the risk. No.
Yeah. Most life is, but it shouldn't be, right? So it's a bad thing what you're doing. You're blind to the risks that you're in, the danger that you're in.
I think you're trolling, man. I think you're trolling.
Well, no, I'm not. The thing is, nature and evolution had to make life blind to the risks and dangers in this world. Otherwise, it wouldn't reproduce. It wouldn't survive and reproduce.
Okay, but for example, like most of the people of my family, I'm born in first world country. We had like cool life, and maybe some of them like end up being Alzheimer or have severe disease. But I think overall that life was like pretty fun to live. You don't think
Right,
that?
but you know what? The dead don't write stories. The dead don't write stories.
Dead.
So
Okay.
the
Can you
disabled
spell
don't write
that?
stories. Animals don't tell their stories, right? So you're living in a bubble. It's not real. It's not reality. It's just a fantasy. And that's how society works. It's about hiding the suffering.
Okay, and you're right. So, but so the thing we should end is like horrible life of animals who are born for being meat and horrible.
No. We shouldn't keep forcing life into dangerous conditions. No life deserves to be born into danger.
But like most of the people you know, if you're European, will have cool life.
And no life, even after it's born, deserves to be in danger. So that's why we support euthanasia for all life, even if it wants to keep living. So it doesn't matter that you want to keep living.
Nah, you're trolling, but you're pretty funny. Thank you.
I'm not trolling though. Because you are actually in danger, right? So that danger outweighs the benefits.
But
right?
that danger is worth it. That danger is worth it.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
So you saying it's not worth it? I'm saying it's worth it. You can kill yourself if you are not willing to take the risk, but I don't want to.
It is a fact that it's not worth it, right? The dangers are so massive and the rewards are so small. Okay.
No, I'm not. I don't think you're right. Most of all the things that
I know you
exist in
don't
the
think I'm right
universe.
because you have an animalistic mentality. It's not your fault. That's just how evolution works. Life only exists because it's blind to the risks, right? So life existing, nature and evolution is all about forcing life to be blind to the risks of life. So that's why 99% of children born in nature will die horrifically. It's not a rational decision to put them into that danger and that extreme suffering. So evolution had to make us irrational to the point where we don't care about the risk, we don't care about the dangers. So we're happy to put children into torture. We're happy to risk ourselves being tortured
Okay.
because life can only exist when it does that, right?
Okay.
But that's not a good thing.
So in 10 years, imagine in 10 years you are the CEO of the super intelligence company, okay? You have the power to basically do everything. You can end the life or you can put like a ton of animals in a garden in which they will live happy life. You can do the same thing for human. Would you rather like create a sort of Eden or like kill everybody?
Yeah, so the standard would have to be effectively magic, right? Because without
I'm talking
effectively
about
magic,
concrete thing, man.
yeah,
I don't think you realize it.
I am answering your question. So the standard for life to exist has to be 100% safety. If we can do that, then yeah, maybe it's a good thing. But realistically, 100% safety, that requires basically omniscience, omnipotence, okay? So essentially we have a choice between, do we work for a realistic solution to end suffering, or do we try to become God, right?
Okay.
So that is the
Okay.
choice, and we have to go for the realistic solution.
But I don't know any realistic solution to end all life without being God. Like there's ton
Really?
of
Well,
little
you know,
insects.
think about it this way. As a species, we have already made lots of animals go extinct. So there you go. It's already happened.
Yes, but it's just some animals. Like imagine tomorrow you wanted to extinct like ants. You just couldn't because they will
Why?
evolve.
Why not?
How would you do? You will like nuke ants? You can't.
Well, no. Why can't you?
Because there are tons of ants and they're everywhere and they
With enough time and dedication, we can do anything.
But
So
we will extinct ourselves first before killing all ants.
No. So we have to help animals first before we do ourselves.
Okay, no, I mean like mechanically. If we, with the actual technology, we try to kill all animals like ants and like cockroach and thing, we will extinct ourselves involuntarily before achieve the killing of all animals.
I know what you're saying, and yeah, we have to solve that problem as well. So we need
to solve that problem,
our dependence on animals.
The solution is literally being God, because like you don't realize all life is solid.
It's like someone inventing the aeroplane. 100 years ago, you would have said, you must be God to invent the aeroplane. And then guess what? 10 years later, it happened. So that's what people have been doing throughout all of history. They're saying, no, it's impossible. You cannot do it. And then it happens. Okay?
Okay,
so
yeah.
It's not impossible.
But what I mean, if like, realistically speaking, to end our life before or on life, we have to like, I don't know, like blow up the earth because like there will always be some bacteria will survive, and like in 10 million years they will recreate life. Like man, to extinct all life extinct, you must have AGI or like super intelligence or like superpowers. Realistically speaking,
No, so it's nonsense. Okay, so listen, the thing is, the smallest version of extinctionism would probably be farmed animals. Okay, so there are hundreds of billions of animals being farmed. They live because we decide that they live, right? So making that population of hundreds of billions go extinct is definitely something that we can do, right?
Yes, we can do that.
Directly in our control. So controlling extremely large populations of animals is something that we've been doing since the beginning of our species, right? It's our bread and butter. So we're not trying to cause total extinction, and yet, you know, lots of animals are going extinct. So if we're actually trying, then yeah, we can definitely do it.
No, man, I'm like you're saying something that which is
So you don't
counterfactual.
think that we can make farmed animals go extinct?
We can obviously make farmed animal go
So
extinct,
then
but some.
shut the fuck up. We can do that, and then we can just try and do more.
But man, what the fuck are we talking about?
La
Man,
puta
farmed animals are like
Hey,
1%
you.
of all fucking mammals, and mammals are like
Hey,
one.
dude, just shut the fuck up, right? It's not impossible, right? People just can't get their heads around that. All right, let's get our next guest on. Let's see who's been waiting.
Yo, what's up, James?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. Nice haircut.
Thank you.
How are you doing, man?
Good.
I wanted to ask you one thing. I don't know if you remember me. We talked before. So, are you pro-choice? Like everybody just gets to choose what they have to for themselves? Like I don't know, pro-abortion, pro that kind of stuff.
No.
No, you're not pro-choice. And you think who should take decisions for everybody?
Well, at the minute, nobody's doing that. So yeah, we need an authority. Basically, we need proper people, rational people, empathetic people. That's what our movement is starting to do. It's starting to gather these people together.
Well, I consider myself an empathetic type of person, right? Empathic, sorry. Empathic type of person, and I think I'm quite rational as well. But I cannot, being rational and empathic, I cannot take choices for other people. What do you think of that? Me personally, like
I would say that the more empathetic you are, the more willing you are to help others, right?
True. And how let's say somebody, right? Let's say 7 billion people agree with your movement, hypothetically speaking, right? But 1 billion just says no, and they just want to leave.
Yeah.
Do you get to do that choice? Like,
No.
do you have authority?
No. There's no choice, right? You have to have total extinction, otherwise you never end suffering.
But maybe some people, well, look, myself included, I like suffering. I think it builds character. What do you think about that?
So life can only exist when it's ignorant to the risks of life. So one of the most amazing things that evolution has done is to make us completely blind and incapable of thinking about the risks of life. So that means that 99% of children born in nature are being tortured to death because we are blind to the suffering and blind to the risk of the suffering for ourselves and for others. So if we're willing to put 99% of kids in a meat grinder, then we're willing to do it to ourselves as well. And that's only because evolution has twisted us into being blind to the risks. So people are incapable of making the correct decision and choosing non-existence, which is why we have to do it for them, because nature has twisted them into that, imprisoned them into that.
So, you have some points on that, but what do you mean by 99% of kids get thrown into a meat grinder? Like, can you explain?
99% or more of life born on this planet will die a horrific death as a child. That's animals in nature. Most of them die very young, usually as babies, getting eaten alive, horrible deaths like that.
Most of them? What do you mean most of them?
Yeah, so like sea turtles, for example, they give birth to like 200 new turtles, right? Each cycle. So why is the sea turtle population not growing at a rate of 200 times every cycle? It's because the vast majority of them die horrifically. And
yes, but you're referring now to the ecological chain, like there are species that get eaten by other
a bit
species.
of child abuse. That's just the ecological chain.
But it's not child abuse. Let's specify.
Oh, really? Is it not?
Let's specify. But why don't you focus on other type of child abuse? Like
we're focusing on all suffering.
Do you advocate for the Epstein files?
And we're advocating for the end of all suffering. If you hadn't noticed.
Yes, but how do I call it? When you have a goal, right, James? You choose yourself a goal. Let's say you're pro-extinction. You have this big goal, right? You have to make other small goals in order to achieve your big one, right? Am I right?
Oh, yeah. So that's like saying we should do meatless Mondays, right?
No, I'm asking you. Not you're answering my question with another question. I was asking you have to achieve other small goals in order to achieve your big goal. Is that right?
Which small goals are you talking about?
I'm asking you which goals are you trying to achieve?
You're asking a loaded question, so
Yeah.
you know,
Okay,
you're the one that
you
loaded the
want to end
question,
all
not me.
suffering, right? Why don't you start from the suffering that's already existing on this planet?
Because that's like catching the water out of a tap instead of turning the tap off. The water will always come.
It will always come, but you can redirect it.
Yeah, that's not a good thing though. So, you know, the suffering will always come until we turn the tap off.
But you can't turn the tap off.
Well, that's your opinion, bro.
Statistically and
That's just your
mathematically
opinion.
speaking, you personally, and maybe you have, I don't know, maybe 1,000 person, you cannot do the tap off.
You know, when the movement against slavery started, slave owners like yourself would say, "You can't do it.
Like myself?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah." Slave owners like you would say, "You can't do it. You'll
Why
never
do you
end
call me a
slavery."
slave owner? Wait.
Because if you're supporting all of this suffering, then those that suffer are your slaves, right? They're suffering because you're saying they should suffer. So, in a sense, you are committing slavery, basically.
Oh, okay. You're referring to me, like hypothetically speaking, me. I get what you're saying, but don't you think the whole capitalistic system is based on?
No, absolutely not. All right, let's move on. Okay, bringing up a Palestine flag user.
Man, I was saying, man, that's not a Palestine flag. That's a flag from an island in Pacific.
Oh,
but
okay, sorry.
like,
Free Palestine.
yeah, for Palestine, all you want. But like, in 5 minutes, like there was someone who was saying it's impossible with the actual technology to kill all livings on Earth. And I fact checked, and he's right. It's fucking impossible right now. Like there's bacteria
You know what's
everywhere.
also impossible right now?
Hmm?
I'll tell you one more thing that's impossible right now, and that is to cure cancer, right? And yet, despite the cure for cancer not existing right now, do you know what people are doing? They're trying to cure it. They're trying to find out how to cure it.
Yeah. But what I mean, it's like it's impossible to make life 100% safe for
Why?
all human beings right now.
What?
It's impossible to make life safe for all of livings right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the point. It will never be possible to make life safe, which is why we have to do extinction to provide safety.
No. Which reason will it never be possible to make all life safe?
Because you would need to basically be in heaven, right?
You can create heaven if you have enough technology. We
Yeah,
are basically in heaven
but
right
that's
now.
not very ethical, right? So, you know, we have to focus on realistic solutions to prevent suffering.
But there is no realistic solution to extinct all livings.
Why not?
Like same a realistic solution to, like, it will be basically to blow up the earth. Blow up the earth will work, I think, because you will kill every bacteria and everything. But even if you killed all the complex form of life, you will still be there will still be a earth with ton of bacteria. We will, like, with the time, redevelop life. So you ain't solving the problem.
What? You
Even
said
if
so
you
we've
kill
destroyed
all the-
Earth, and then where's the suffering coming from next?
But like, if we destroy Earth, less, but destroying Earth is unrealistic. How will you blow up Earth?
Look, if we have billions of years and we're only just at the start of understanding technology, I think it's very, very naive and ignorant to say that technology will never get to the point where we can cause, you know, extinction for animals.
Yes,
considering
but I
we've
think it's
already
really
done it.
naive and ignorant too to think that we will never be able of protecting all living, of preventing all sufferance. Because, like, okay,
Well,
you
no,
can't.
I never said that.
So if we can do this, why just not do this instead
Because
of
it's not
like killing
ethical.
everybody?
It's not ethical, right?
Why it's not ethical?
Because euthanasia already exists. We can already euthanize animals, right? So to say, no, don't euthanize them, let them keep suffering while we create magic is ridiculous. So
Okay,
should,
but like
we
you
have
are
the solution. You're saying, forget that. Let's go for the most impossible
no
solution
no
possible.
okay, but like you are promoting a total different thing from total extinction. You are promoting like euthanize a farm animal. It's what you are saying like right now.
What? No, total extinction. Obviously, you have to have euthanasia to get there.
Yes, but like the destroying of every life and euthanizing animals right now are different things.
Yeah, well, considering we have millions of years to do it, I think we can do it.
But I think we can also create paradise. We can also create heaven.
So let me get this straight. You think that carrying out euthanasia, which is something we've been doing for thousands of years, is going to be so hard that instead of doing that,
what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Just shut the fuck up. Instead of doing that, which already exists, we should instead try to create magic. Okay? So instead of carrying out euthanasia, which we already do, we already control hundreds of billions of animals with extreme precision. Instead of euthanizing them, we should let them suffer while we try to create magic. Literally, that's what he said. We should create heaven. We should engineer heaven. So, look, this question comes up every single time I do a stream. Should we go with a realistic solution or should we go with, magic, basically? So it's got to be the realistic solution. And, there's no ethical way to say, yes, we need to stop their suffering. Let's not use the solution we have today. Let's wait for, potentially forever, for an infinite timeline for magic, right? Extinction isn't magic, okay? Now, we can definitely have euthanasia for all of the farmed animals. So that's immediately obvious that we can solve that suffering. You don't need fucking magic to do that. Okay, so the people coming on and saying we should work towards magic instead of immediately using the solutions we already have, they're fucking clowns, right? Because that is what you would need. You would need absolute magic. You would need, there's billions of different species of animals, and then trillions and trillions and trillions of the individuals, right? But in terms of how many different species there are, what are you going to do? You're going to literally... I mean, how is this heaven thing going to work? You would need the Infinity Glove from Avengers and to just click your fingers and then suddenly everyone is in heaven, right? In some sort of like quasi-digital world or something. So, look, if you want to go and do that, go and fucking work on it yourself. Stop telling us to stop pursuing the realistic solution and to instead pursue an unrealistic solution. If you care so much about creating magic, go fucking do it yourself, but don't try and convince me that it's somehow the rational thing to do, okay? Because you are suggesting that it does get to the point where we can click our fingers and every single different species and all of the variations within, and for the trillions of different animals, they're all going to be somehow perfectly safe. With no chance of anything ever going wrong, ever, not even the smallest chance. Right. Extinction already exists. We're making animals go extinct without even trying. Okay? So if we try, we can definitely do it. Right? But if we go for the magic stupidity, then, how long is that going to take? Where the hell do you even start? And how many are going to suffer in the meantime when they don't need to and they don't deserve to? So the whole transhumanism thing, the reducing suffering thing, it's saying let's work towards an impossible goal, an unrealistic goal, instead of actually trying to solve suffering now, right? So it's just ridiculous. All right, let's see the queue. Danny, let's bring you on. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, good.
So I have a couple questions. Obviously, this is a wild topic. What is the practical reality of this? Because obviously, the people enacting this are going to suffer greatly, right? It's obviously creating more suffering than that's already happening, right?
What do you mean? Because we currently have the worst case scenario for suffering. So how could it possibly get worse? It already is as bad as it could get. We've got billions of years of terrible suffering, and you're saying that somehow we're going to make that worse by trying to prevent it? That doesn't make any sense.
So you have to look at the grand scheme of human life, or life on Earth. It's gone from pretty violent, conflict to a quality of life improvement that's almost indisputable. It's measured in every single metric possible. Quality of life has improved for
Yep.
humans,
Yep.
let alone. Why do you think that it's going down when it's obviously going up?
I don't.
So you do think it's going up?
Yeah.
The quality of life?
For just for humans, though, yeah.
So why do you think that this means that we should destroy all life on Earth? Just
Yeah.
because just let me finish my point. Just because we're temporarily ignorant of maybe a few other organisms, maybe most organisms. It's temporary, right?
What
It
is?
can improve. Our ignorance. It can definitely improve.
Right. But the thing
There's
is that we should prioritize providing safety for life, right? So that's what extinctionism is about. It's about giving safety to life. What does life have right now? It has unlimited danger and unlimited risk of suffering, right? So that's a bad thing. We should provide safety.
But killing our life is not safe for life.
Why?
Obviously.
It is, because euthanasia provides safety from a bad life, a worse death, and from reproduction as well.
No, safety is just not, in a broad term, general term, it's keeping someone, from dying in some sense, right?
That's not true, no.
It's not true. So like when you're safe at home, you're protecting yourself and your family from
The thing is,
potential
lots of
death.
people have come on the stream and said, yeah, if I was going to get kidnapped and tortured, I'd rather, not exist, right? So safety doesn't always mean being alive.
Yeah, we're getting into semantics here, but
No, we're not.
you understand the general gist of what I'm saying is that there's
I
potential
get
for
what you're
improvement.
saying, that the idea of safety only applies to life living, but that's wrong, right? So that there are worse things than death.
Yeah, but we're talking past each other here. So I'm saying that there's potential for improvement, right?
Where?
What do you mean where?
So
You
Danny,
know what I'm talking about.
the thing is, improvement's great and all, but it's not good enough, right? The only thing that's good enough, which life deserves, is to not be in any danger, right? No one deserves to be forced into a life that you never asked for, and to then be in the most danger possible, right? So no one deserves that, and it's never going to be acceptable.
But that's a simplistic view. It's not. We're not
What,
forced
saying that
into a
no one
life.
deserves to be in danger is a simplistic view? Well, look, most children born on this planet are being tortured to death. If you think it's a simplistic view to say that they shouldn't be tortured to death, then I'd say that you're overly simplistic.
But why do you think that most children on this planet are tortured to death? It's
Because
just a
that's,
wild belief.
well, no, it's the truth. So most animals born into nature will die as children in a horrific way. So, but even if
That's
we're talking
that's
about
not torture
humans,
though. That's not torture.
it's effectively torture.
No, I don't agree with that.
Well, that's just your
No,
opinion, bro.
they have potential to protect themselves. They have potential to have a good life,
No, they
right?
don't. No, most of
You
them
don't think a
don't.
single organism. So you think most organisms don't have
Danny,
potential?
Danny, a sea turtle, each cycle has about 200 kids, okay? The reason that the population doesn't expand by 200 times every single time they have a cycle is because the vast, vast, vast majority of them, over 99%, will die horrifically as kids, right? They didn't ask to be born into that. They didn't ask for a life of extreme pain and misery and a cruel death as a baby. And yet that's what they're being forced into by nature. So that's not a good thing. You wouldn't want to experience that. You wouldn't want your mother to experience that. Nobody should have to experience that. And yet that is what the vast majority of life, the most common experience is to be effectively tortured to death as a baby.
But what have we seen over time? with our species, right?
We've seen absolutely zero progress over
I
time
wasn't
for
done
animals.
talking there.
Shut up,
Let me
Jimmy.
finish
I
it.
don't care.
You're just going to drop.
So, we shouldn't ignore animals. And people that say, oh, forget the animals, well, forget you, right? The animals are the majority of the population on this planet. They have no ability to look after themselves. And, they're the most vulnerable and they suffer the worst. Hello, how's it going?
Hello. Yeah, it was good. So, do you just let me just get my mind clear. Do you want to end all life, all animals, all people?
We want to end all suffering, and that means not allowing life to be forced into a cruel world.
Okay, why don't you kill yourself then first? Because that would help the movement.
Because that wouldn't help the movement at all. You see, if no one's here to spread the message, then there's no message, right? The movement wouldn't grow.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I'm just I just feel that's a very weird take.
Well,
ending
I would
all
say
life
that
is
what you
kind of
just
crazy.
said, I would say
It's
that your take just now was extremely weird.
Billion years of evolution, by the way.
Yeah,
And you just want to end it
stupid
now.
statement just then, basically. A billion years of evolution led to you saying, surely suicide is the best form of activism. Just pathetic. All right, let's get back to the queue. So, unfortunately, the queue has had a lot of people that have had to be ignored, and a lot of them have left and never gotten to come up. So let's try and get them back in. FSP, let's bring in FSP now. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wait a moment.
Okay, FSP, we'll try and bring you back on later. Let's try Hannah. Bringing you on now, Hannah. We're beaming you up. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Why do you think that having a kid is bad, in general? What if the kid just turned out fine and you're just nice and rich and...
Because even if you're rich, you still could have a terrible life, right? So no life deserves to be born into danger, basically.
Yeah, that's for sure, but why is having a kid bad, in the first place? If you
It's wrong
both
to
parents want to have it.
Because it's wrong to impose
Sorry?
danger. It's wrong to impose danger on others.
Well, I don't agree on that part, because...
So you think it's acceptable to put others in danger? Well, then you can just take that opinion and you can fuck off. All right, let's get to Radim. Radim, we're bringing you up. We're beaming you up. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really interested in your life because it sounds kind of provocative. And still it has got deep meaning in the video, what you say. So if you are not going to be banned that you are encouraging people for suicide or things
Well,
like
we're
that.
not encouraging suicide. We need more humans. We need a healthy humanity for hundreds of years. So we need more humans.
So, you know about the hyenas and their evolution issue? Have you heard of that?
Who?
You know, hyenas, the animals, and the evolution biology.
Right, yeah.
With them, they're having extremely painful breeding, you know?
That's right, yes. Yeah, yeah.
So, sometimes you could simulate the whole system in the system dynamic point of view and test the hypothesis and simulate what outcomes can go under which condition of evolution. As you say, that we are having monkeys ruling us and things. Yeah, that's how the evolution is. And probably the spiritual and wise people don't have that many kids and many other...
No, the spiritual people have more kids because spirituality is a bad thing, right?
I don't know. I think that spiritually awaken can
But
give
the
you
thing is,
insight into it, no?
the thing is, spirituality. It's about a desperation to understand the world, but not being able to understand the world. So instead of doing science, it's about saying, "Oh, it must have been magic," right? So spirituality is a bad thing. Religion is a bad thing. We need to be scientific, and that's the only thing that's going to help the real victims. Praying for them is never going to work.
So you think that the science is better than spirituality?
Yeah.
I was doing science and also spirituality, and I wrote some book about the advanced methodology and things. And I was teaching in university. I was doing scientific work, having laboratory system analysis. And to be honest, I don't want to argue. I just want to give you my opinion. I ended up completely awakened in spiritually yoga thing and considering it as more deeper source of truth and availability to get into the full insight from inner self. When you
the problem
dissolve
is
all
it's
the
not
bullshit,
scientific,
you can
right?
It's
not scientific.
get
it's
it
the opposite of scientific.
fully.
That's the problem.
I know
to
both
be responsible
parts,
for ending suffering, we have to rely on science. That's the thing. So we can't use spirituality.
The thing is that the science is so limited that you could get into a trap of limits of science.
Radim, I really appreciate you coming on. You sound like a nice person, but we don't do spirituality on this show. In our movement, it's strictly atheistic. We have to follow the scientific method. Otherwise, we will never do justice to the victims, right? If we're not following a rational way to help them and instead say, well, let's pray for them instead, right? Then we're not doing anything to help them, really. So it has to be strictly scientific, which means using data, right? So instead of praying for the answer, we try and verify the answer and check the answer and look for it and say, yeah, every time we do the test, it comes back as this. We can trust this is it. Instead of, I don't know, let's just pray. So, sorry. And I don't want to be rude and mean. Not too mean. But yeah, what can I say? So, the queue is currently empty. Let's bring some more people up. Probably going to do just one more, maybe two more. It's getting towards the time where I need to see my girlfriend. That's around this time of day. Just letting you guys know. That's, if I was single, I'd probably keep streaming all night long, and you guys would have the pleasure of my company much more. All right, let's get Paradox Lost on. Paradox, we're bringing you up. Hello, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm just a little curious about what your view on why suffering is the absolute end all be all of what our goals should be to end.
Yeah. So if we're trying to do the best thing for the world and for all life, then safety from being forced to exist into danger is the right thing. It is the only ethical and moral thing.
Mm-hmm. I guess I don't really have much of an argument formulated except for my own personal view. But from my own personal view, I feel like I'm willing to suffer to an extent in order to exist.
Right,
I wouldn't
we shouldn't
sacrifice
force
all
others
of my
into that,
existence.
though. We shouldn't force others into that, though.
Okay, so you would be pro ending the cycle of reproduction, but not exterminating living beings?
No. So instead of sterilization, we would use euthanasia and do it forcefully.
Why would that logically follow if you just said the point is to end the cycle of reproduction?
Because that, total extinction means no more reproduction.
Right. What I'm saying is, if you could sterilize, would that be a good enough option for you? If you could fully sterilize everything on the planet?
Yeah, we would do that as a last resort, but that's the inferior option. The much better option is euthanasia, because it provides immediate safety from a bad life and from a bad death and from reproducing. So it would be hypocritical to prefer sterilization, because then we would be allowing life to go on suffering, right? So obviously,
right.
we're against all of that.
I understand you're against people continuing to suffer, but don't you think that that could be a choice that the people involved in the decision should be making?
No, because people aren't able to make that decision responsibly. So we can't allow them to have that decision.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't really have a formulated argument against it, I guess.
And I guess the best proof for that is that they're willing to put children in danger, right? So that's wrong. So people are willing to put themselves in danger. That's also wrong.
Right. Okay. I mean, I guess I don't think I agree about personal euthanasia, meaning euthanizing each person individually. I think that they should be able to make that choice. But I mean, I definitely don't have an argument fully formulated against sterilization. So,
thing is, with sterilization, it causes extreme hormonal and psychological problems. So it makes life worse for most animals that you do it to. And again, the problem is being alive in the first place. So that's why euthanasia immediately solves that problem.
And as far as some people who would say that suffering is worthwhile in exchange for their existence, would you not say that forcing them against their will could be looked at as evil?
No, because again, they've been forced against their will to exist and to have mentalities that aren't their own, but have been decided by nature against their own best interest. So the thing is that non-existence and euthanasia is in people's own best interest, but they don't realize that because they're prevented from realizing that by evolution. Life can only exist when it's blind to the dangers of existence, right? So
right. What I'm saying is that sort of seems like begging the question, because some people would say, no, I disagree. I think what is actually in my best interest is survival, regardless of whether I suffer or not.
Well, like I say, people are categorically incapable of making a responsible decision in that sense on that topic. So because they can't make the right decision for themselves, they're not capable of doing it. We have to do it for them.
Right, but that's what I'm saying that is begging the question. You assert that a person is incapable of making the decision because you believe that you have come to the correct conclusion, which is that it's not worth to exist if you're going to suffer. But I disagree. I think it is worth existing if I suffer, even if I suffer. So you're asserting that my decision is wrong, but I'm asserting that you're wrong. So how can you make an argument that you can forcibly end a life of somebody else if their argument is that your argument is wrong?
So, I mean, it's as simple as saying that, over 99% of babies get born into extreme cruelty and lives of misery and an early death, right? So most babies born in nature will be eaten alive as babies. So, to say, we should respect their will to live, no, because they're in danger, right? So,
absolutely, I understand that you see creatures suffering, and you say we should end that. We should end that thing of that cycle of people and creatures being born into conditions where they have the potential to suffer. What I'm directly speaking about, though, is people who are already existing and are choosing to continue to exist. I don't really understand how you have an argument against that.
Yeah. So the logical position is to understand that life isn't worth living with such insane and extreme dangers and risks. So the risks outweigh any of the benefits, and that is just a categorical fact. So anyone who's going against that is by default essentially making an irrational decision. So no, we're not going to respect irrational decisions, basically.
Okay, I don't think I can convince you in any way that that's a rational decision. So I guess I'll drop.
And the thing is, like, let's say some of them really do understand the dangers, but still want to go ahead, right? The thing is, they're going to pose a threat to others as well. They could potentially have new life, develop new life, engineer new life, right? So the thing is,
but that's assuming that we don't sterilize and stop. My question to you is, what if we could prevent the perpetuation of life do you still believe that we should force people who want to make the decision to continue to exist?
Yeah,
regardless
so
of whether they perpetuate life.
We would say that even in a seemingly perfect world, even if there was an abstract risk, right, a tiny way off risk, right, far-fetched risk, danger, that still outweighs the existence. And we shouldn't allow, the thing is, if we're deciding what life is going to look like, then we have to make that decision, okay? So we have to be ultimately responsible. And, you know, we're talking about beings in the future, essentially. So, yeah, we have to make the decision for them, because are we going to force them to exist or not? What situation are we going to allow them to be put in? So we need to stop just appealing to nature and saying, well, you know, they were born, so now they get to do whatever they want. You know, that's not how it should work. As long as life is in danger, it shouldn't exist. The danger does outweigh the benefits, right?
Right, I understand. I actually have one more question for you. I was just curious about this. From your point of view, if it wasn't for your, I suppose you could call it mission, your activism, you believe that you would be better off not existing?
Yeah. All life.
Okay.
All life. Look, if we existed in heaven, I'd give you a different answer. But we live in a world where we can all become trapped in lives of extreme hell at any time, right? So, yeah, I don't want that risk. I don't want to be in that risk, in that danger. And I don't think that anything justifies that danger and that risk. I don't think it's worth it.
Right, understood. All right, well, very well formulated. I mean, I don't really have any direct contention with anything you've said. So, all right, good conversation.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you for joining. Consider reading our website. There's lots of information there. And consider joining our Discord server. The link is at the bottom of the page on our website. You can come and talk to me and the other activists in the movement. Ask more questions if you'd like. You can also directly message me on TikTok. I reply to everyone if anyone's interested in that. Let's bring up our next guest. Hello, how's it going?
What's up?
Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Why do you think that's the right thing to do? And who says that everyone is suffering?
So nobody says that. No one says that everyone is suffering. That's a straw man.
Or everything.
So, but most life is suffering though, because most life born here will suffer terribly and die as a baby. That's animals in nature. So yeah, just most life is already having a terrible life, would be better off not existing. And then you've got humans as well that are being trapped in lives of hell, you know, with depression, diseases, disabilities. So no one deserves that. And there's nothing that justifies it, right? So you've got children being molested to death. There's no amount of ice cream that you can eat or pleasure that you can have, which somehow justifies or makes up for that child being abused. So life will never make up for the suffering. The pleasure will never outweigh the danger and the suffering and the terrible nightmares in this world. Only 100% safety for 100% of life is acceptable. And when the alternative is danger and living in a world of cruelty, then safety means not existing in that, right?
Yeah, but the one main human instinct is still survival, though, right? Even though all that suffering occurs, we still want to be, we still want to live, and we still want to survive.
It's an animalistic mentality that evolved because of nature. It's not in our best interest. It's actually against our best interest. The survival instinct that everyone glorifies, it actually exists for the benefit of reproduction. So reproduction is like the main force of nature, basically. It decides what lives, what doesn't, you know, essentially whatever's loyal to reproduction and to surviving and having kids will go on to reproduce and to survive.
I mean, not necessarily. People don't just want to live to have children. There's a lot of people that don't actually want to have children.
But most life does. That's how life works. That's why we're here. We're here because life evolved to be obsessed with continuing the species. Because that's how reproduction works. The phenomenon, the process of reproduction, it will always do that. It will always bastardize life to go against its own interests and to serve the interest of the phenomenon of reproduction.
Okay, I got one question. Are you happy?
No.
So I could kind of argue that your whole premise stems from you being unhappy, though, right?
No, the person
Do
who
you
made
think
this
if you were
movement,
happy, if you
the
think if
person
you were
who
happy,
made
would
this
you have the same
movement,
views?
listen, the person who made this movement is very happy. He has an extremely privileged life. He's never
But
suffered.
you don't know that.
I do. He talks about it all the time.
Well, you can't really know whether someone's happy or not, can you? Really?
Well, I can take their word for it.
You can observe their
I
actions.
can take their word for it.
Their mannerisms. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I can take their word. Okay, you're done.
Wait,
what? All right, moving on. Let's try and get FSP back up. FSP from China.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am Chinese and my English is not good. I just want to express my thoughts. Okay? And maybe I may not fully understand what you mean because my English is not good. I am Chinese. I just want to talk to you, okay?
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to say, human beings cannot restrain their desire to reproduce or their sexual desire. These are biological instincts. Reproduction brings clear benefits to humans. For example, people can gain security for old age through having children because when they grow old, their children may take care of them.
Yeah.
If you don't have children when you're getting old, nobody give you money, nobody take care of you, right? This is a benefit, okay? And people can also strengthen their relationship with their partner through having children.
Yeah.
For example, many women have more children. They keep having children for their men, in order to make their marriage more stable. Can you understand me?
Yeah.
Okay. Most people do not truly have a rich inner spiritual world, and most people are afraid of being lonely. You know, people feel.
Yeah, but we should end all of this suffering, right? We should make them extinct. Yeah.
Yeah. People feel they need children to fight against loneliness. If people don't have children, they often feel lonely, you know? In addition, discrimination against single people is very serious. So people can also improve their social status through reproduction.
Yeah.
If you don't have children, people may think you are a loser because you don't have children.
Yeah.
If you have children, wow, you are a great mom. You know what I mean? So many benefits, precisely because reproduction brings practical benefits to humans. Humanity has continued reproducing until today. Sorry, my English is not good. I'm trying my best. Because of humanity's extents, all animals in the world, all the animals on the earth have suffered extremely pain.
No.
Humans.
No, you're wrong. Animals suffer because of nature. Most suffering for animals is nothing to do with humans.
I think humans need to eat meat. Humans eat a lot. Every day, whole world, humans eat so many, countless animals. And the development of human society depends on animal experimentation.
Yeah, so what's the solution? What's the solution?
Stop having children.
No, wrong. Not having kids is not the solution. You not having kids does nothing. That only helps one person, your child. But we have to have active solutions, because you can't ask everyone not to have kids. That will never work. And also, that does nothing to help animals. So we need humanity to continue reproducing for hundreds of years, thousands of years, more humans, more children, so that we can cause total animal extinction and extinction for other life. Humanity has to go last. Animals have to go first.
I know what you mean. You think we need to end all the animals' life, and there have only humans on the earth.
No, we need to get rid of humans as well, but first we do the animals, then we do the humans.
I don't think so, because
Right.
I think all the sufferings, the most suffering for animals is caused by human beings.
No, you're wrong. You're dead wrong. You know, what sort of suffering is going to be worse than, being eaten alive as a baby? What sort of suffering is going to be worse than having parasites and diseases and running for your life every day and then being eaten alive? The humans aren't doing that, right? Nature is doing that. Animals are doing it to each other. They have diseases. Animals have no medicine, no shelter, no safety, no food, right? Humans have that. Animals don't. Animals have the worst conditions in nature and the worst suffering.
In my opinion, I think human beings are the only species. Human beings are the only species that goes against nature as ethics, and perhaps the species most deserving of collective extinction.
No. All life deserves extinction. Nobody deserves to suffer.
For me, I hope humans to stop having children, but
No. We need more children. You see, more human children is a good thing. Yeah, well, you're wrong.
I don't think so.
You're wrong.
My opinion is against
Your opinion
with
is
you.
trash. Your opinion is garbage, okay? Your opinion, you're sat on a sofa giving some stupid opinion. You're not doing activism. You're not thinking about this seriously. You're just giving a stupid opinion, which is uninformed, uneducated, and gonna cause more suffering. So you're finished. You're done. You're out of here. The idea that we can ignore animals and just go extinct as humans and allow animals to suffer with worse suffering, worse conditions for billions of years in worse numbers as well. We are a drop in the ocean compared to the animal population. That's fucking speciesist, and you can fuck off with that. Okay? To say that humans should go extinct and animals deserve to suffer, that's disgusting. And, you should go away with that opinion, right? You should get the hell out of here. You should start your own movement for human extinction and fuck off there. So we are against all suffering, right? Selfish, disgusting people like that, they don't care about animals. They don't care about all sufferers. They just care about not having a child for themselves. And that's it, right? Job done. I need no more moral obligation. Don't need to do anything else. I just don't have a kid, and wow, it's so easy, right? Oh, it's so easy. Problem solved. Well, guess what? No, the problem isn't fucking solved. You not having a kid does fucking nothing, right? Humanity will continue for millions of years. The ones that reproduce are going to keep reproducing. You're not contributing towards extinction by taking yourself out of the equation, by not having kids. You're actually making it worse. For every human that doesn't exist, millions of animals will suffer terribly because we're giving them the land, right? We take the land for ourselves. That means that animals don't suffer on it. So for every human you prevent, you cause more suffering and worse suffering. Vegans, for example, they prevent 30 square foot a day of deforestation, which means they're causing 30 square foot of suffering each day, and extreme suffering, where animals are being tortured to death there. So to say that we shouldn't care about animals is disgusting. You should feel ashamed of yourself. We need to work towards a practical solution for all life without discrimination. You know, she was talking about discrimination, and yet here she is discriminating, saying animals should keep suffering and they can go fuck themselves. So no, nobody should be cast out, nobody should be left out. Everybody should be safe from suffering, and we shouldn't say some should suffer and others shouldn't. We shouldn't say these children should be safe, those children should suffer. We should work towards a world where no children is ever suffering and never will again. We can do it, we should do it, and anything else is wrong. It's discrimination, it's unnecessary. You know, if humanity has to continue suffering for another 1,000 years to prevent like 2 billion years of animal suffering, it's obviously the right thing to do. To say otherwise, you would have to be a truly disgusting piece of work. Okay, let's carry on. We've got some more people in the queue. Let's bring them up. Hello, how's it going?
Hello, James. So I'm someone who agrees with pretty much everything that you're saying, and I felt similarly to you for a while. And a lot of the time, most people, including myself, thought that the reason I felt that way was because of like mental illness, right? And I think that's common. But you know, I thought logically and I used my brain, and I always thought that was not true. So when I found you and you were kind of repeating my same feelings and echoing that, it kind of like solidified it more. So we agree. But I'm wondering what you think about this hypothetical situation that I thought of just the other day. And if you think, I'm going to explain it to you, and could you please tell me if you think it would be a valuable and like good in any way alternative to full total extinction, which I do agree with so far, but I was trying to think of maybe a different way something similar could be achieved. Okay, so here it is. So people like you and people like me and other people that agree would continue to spread, you know, that message, and more people over. So you would have children, I would, they would. So people like you and me would multiply to, and I don't know how long that's going to take, right? You say you don't either. It might take a long time, like centuries. But we continue the fight, and it gets larger and larger. So more and more people start using, you know, basic intelligence and getting smarter, and realizing reality with clarity. So now imagine we've gotten to that place, at least that one, where the majority of the world, which is not true right now, agrees with us. So we are the ones mostly in positions of power. So let's say like big power, power that can structure society and make like very, very, very important decisions, such as something like this. So we're in power now, and we are going to do, I think the first thing that would be important to do is that the majority will agree on is that there's no way through any kind of intelligence, I believe, that we could stop, even if humans stopped suffering, if we could somehow achieve that we would be able to stop animals from suffering, even if we left them completely alone. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've tried, and I think, I mean, I'll keep trying, but I can't think of a possible solution where we could, other than euthanizing them, in any way lessen their suffering. So we would euthanize them. So that's the first thing. We're in power now. That's the first thing that we're going to do. And we do it. So there's no sentient animal life that is not human, and they no longer have to suffer. We have achieved that. Great. So then more time has passed by, and now, again, more and more people are becoming like us. We are even more than the majority. There are only like, there's a very, very small minority of people who don't agree with us, but they still exist, and they're still stupid, and they're still having children that get stupider. We're at that place now. But what is still advantageous here is they are not in any position of power, so they don't get to decide. Almost like how you and me are, or people like us are now. We're the minority, and we're not controlling anything. So it's the opposite. We are there. Now the next thing that we do you think this is valuable? If since we're in power, we let's say, first completely reform the prison system, right? Which most intelligent people want to do anyway. That might happen anyway, regardless. But we completely reform it to where it doesn't really matter why you do harm, whether it's because of mental illness or because you are retarded or because, it doesn't matter why. If you are a harmful person and you're doing harm to others, you get put away. But you don't get put away in a prison to be like tortured or punished. You get put away in more of a hospital where you are no longer a threat to innocent people who are not doing harm, but you are also, but we are intelligent enough to know that whether you made the choice to harm or not, all that really matters is that we have neutralized your harm, and you don't need to suffer more than that. All we need to do to you is, keep you far away from us in more of a hospital where you have the chance at some sort of re-education or rehabilitation, right?
Okay.
Do you like that, just that idea alone?
What, do I believe in
Do
rehabilitation?
you just like the way that we would reform that system just alone by itself to give people? I'm not saying it would work for everyone. I'm saying if someone proves incurable, then it's not like we just let them out and continue to do harm, but we also don't make them suffer more than, we don't torture them the way we want to, kind of most people on earth want to punish harm doers. Like it's not okay with them that they just die. Like they want them to suffer for being harmful. Do you think it would be
Yeah.
okay? That part would be fine.
We could try and rehabilitate people better. Yeah, I think
Okay.
the education system can be improved. Everything can be improved, really. Yeah.
Okay, so that's just the prison system. Whatever. I'm just using it as an example to tell you that that's one way we would lessen suffering. So anyway, the second way is that for the people that are here, we would create the right for anyone and everyone, for any reason that they want to, opt in for, just like you would for any surgery or thing, to euthanize themselves. So we give them the choice to do that at any point, in a safe, painless, dignified way. They don't need to have a mental illness to qualify. They don't need to be deranged to qualify. They don't need to be terminally ill. All they need to do is say, hey, even though things are kind of better for humans now, and I'm not really suffering that much, I don't want to play. I don't really enjoy being alive. I'm not having much fun. I would rather not exist. And
Yeah.
we do not argue with them, and we let them do that, and it's painless, and like, would you think that solution in a world that ultimately, so we've reformed society using intelligence, right? And it is now rational, and we don't make people indiscriminately suffer. Suffering has gone down almost fully, except the stupid people who are still, kind of making other people suffer a little bit.
Yeah.
But what
So,
we have we can't
in terms of
eradicate
that,
them.
yeah, in terms of that euthanasia, we would support it. Yeah, but we always have to think of the bigger picture. So we would only have humanity exist as long as it's useful to help with extinction and as a plan B as well. So let's say AI and robots take over the mission, they're in charge now. Humanity may still need to continue as a plan B, a contingency in case something goes wrong with the AI, right? And humanity is only going to exist while it's useful. And so because of that, in that context, allowing people to euthanize themselves when they're still needed and useful, that becomes questionable. So yes, we would support it if it was going to be like for the most extreme cases or for people that really want it.
Right.
But, if everyone said, oh, we're all going to do it, then we would have to stop them, basically.
Okay, right. So let me offer one last little alternate to what I just said, because I kind of agree with that, what you just said. So instead of doing that at that stage that I described before, let's say all we've done is reform society. There's a lot less suffering. There's a very small minority of stupid people. We've eradicated animal suffering, and we continue on this mission, right? We continue having children. The cause gets bigger. Now more centuries have passed. and again, imagine this has happened, and I'm not even saying it's possible. I'm just saying that in this situation, it is true. Now, everybody who does exist in the world agrees with us. Okay, everybody agrees fully, and nobody causes each other any suffering. There is very little suffering aside from the fact that even if you completely enjoy your life from birth to death, the only suffering left is kind of we've even fixed dying is not going to be painful, but it's hard still for people to maybe let that go, because if they just death I'm talking about, like if they like life so much, it might be the only suffering left might be like, oh, I don't want to leave, but that's the only suffering left. We've achieved this. Animals don't exist, it's just us, and everyone agrees. Now, if that were possible, and I don't know if it is, but if it happened, then would you, if we were at that place right now, would you consider that we no longer needed, and remember, at this point, now that everybody agrees with us, euthanasia is still an option, okay? So even if they're not suffering and they do still want to go, they still have the choice, and we let them go freely. But the whole world agrees with us. Would we still, and should we still, cause total extinction at that point?
It really depends on safety. So, most people aren't making the responsible decision for their own safety or the safety of others. So,
but in this hypothetical, we've reached a point where people are thinking exactly, not pretending to, they are thinking exactly the way that you are and I am. So I'm not saying that that's possible. I'm saying that in this hypothetical, it has been achieved. So if that has been achieved, then is there any point where people like us would, at that point, reconsider and be like, okay, well, if there's nobody here suffering involuntarily and anybody has the choice to leave and we're not causing suffering to each other, and the only suffering we may have left is just we don't want to leave and we don't want to die, then is it okay for us to continue, or should we? This is based off the fact that we are enjoying our life now.
It all comes down to the risk assessment. Like, is there a danger, right? Think of it this way. You wouldn't create life where it's going to be in some sort of danger, right? Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? So it's as simple as that. Are we going to allow life to be in danger or not?
I'm saying, what danger would be left if the animals were gone and human to human, we were no longer a danger to each other? Like, do you think that just the danger of, let's say, natural disaster, the possibility of that would be enough that you would still want to, we all would still want to cause our own total extinction? Or do you think that we could also, at that point, and we're talking centuries or eons, we are past intelligent enough to create some sort of scientific solution to shield us from natural disasters. So if that was the case, should we and would we, do you think, you being a part of this, would you take a moment and say, it seems like everyone's enjoying this, including me? I didn't think we would be here, but we've gotten here. Should we reconsider, or should we not? What do you think, if any, would there still be a risk left we should consider, hypothetically?
So we're against life existing in risk, essentially, right? So there's.
But what risk would be left in that hypothetical?
But the point is that if there's any risk, then it's not acceptable. If it's 100% safety with life, then that's acceptable. I say this every day on my streams. Life is acceptable if there's a 100% guarantee, like zero doubt, even possible, that it's going to be a good life. So anything less than that, it's wrong. But if we have that, then it's acceptable. Yeah. So we don't think it's realistic that we'll get to essentially heaven-like conditions, because there has to be not even an abstract risk or danger. It has to be like.
Can you give me an example of one, like an abstract risk or danger?
So, for example, life could evolve based off of your biological material. If you could get whisked away to another planet, you could kickstart an evolution process. Who knows, right? The thing is that as long as life exists, it elevates the risk and danger level. It just does. So unless you really control the situation perfectly, then there's going to be unknowns as well, right? So those unknowns pose a risk. So there's just no point putting life in any danger. It is
Right.
the thing.
So I agree with that part too, where I also, even though I just posed a hypothetical, I ultimately don't have faith in that hypothetical necessarily. I open to the idea, but
It's like
again,
if
I
you
think,
wouldn't put life into that situation, then you should take it
well,
out of it
no,
as
see,
well.
this is where I'm in my own, while I am thinking by myself, that's where I come to a little bit of my own, a logical flaw within myself, because when I imagine this situation, and I really mean, I know it sounds impossible, but even for me, but I'm saying we have done it. We have reached a place where there, like you said, is 100% safety. And to be honest with you, I don't care what technological advancements happened, even if they're happening right now. If I was the only person in the world, knowing what I know, believing what I do, I mean, I wouldn't, it wouldn't be a risk for me. Like, it wouldn't tantalize me. And if everyone thought like that and we were at a place where there was complete safety even from technological advancement, then, and there was 0% risk for any of us to be, seduced by any risk of future planetary danger, then, I come to a little bit of an impasse where I think, okay, we've reached 100%. Why would we,
Yeah.
stop?
Look, if we have 100% safety, then yeah, okay, maybe that's fine. But the thing is, we don't prioritize that. We prioritize because that's, again, it's like we have the solution, euthanasia now. Are we going to work towards that, or are we going to work towards magic and heaven, basically?
No, I think it in the same in the possible pursuit of the alternative I provided just now, nobody would stop working towards this ultimate goal during it. I was kind of phrasing it more of, while on this path, if we happen to come to a place where by accident almost, or just by luck that we did reach, we kind of succeeded in a way that we didn't think we would, and it reached it, then maybe only then would we reconsider, not to forget
You've actually
this one.
worded it even better than myself, because I do have the same conversation every day that I stream, the exact same one. Now, you've worded it better than most people. You've definitely put it better than most people. I think you understand it better than most people. But it really comes down to, is it safe for life, right? So if you wouldn't put life into danger because it's not necessary, then you shouldn't allow life to be in danger, because the danger does outweigh the risk, right? When people think about these risks, they think, nah, it won't happen, right? But if it does, then you're fucked, right?
Yes.
So that's the mentality people have, is ignoring the risk. So there's no point putting life in danger. But yeah, if we can create heaven, then we support it. Now, we haven't really done all of the ethics on it, but the main question would be, I guess, is it ethical to have people in heaven? And if it is, then should we force people into heaven? Should we reproduce? Should we force them into it?
Okay, would we be allowed to force them into it? And by that, I guess you're just talking about, birth, right? Which you cannot consent to. If we had heaven and we did birth people into it, if that heaven again still included whoever was birthed, the choice to, even a second after their birth, leave it through our compassionate euthanasia, then would that be okay? To bring them into it, as long as they can leave happily,
Yeah, I mean, like, ideally, that 100% safety would mean that we know that they're not going to want to leave, right?
Well, I mean, it's something that we could assume, and unlike right now, we would be
Otherwise, you're
assuming it
risking it.
under, right, but unlike now where most people are assuming it under absolutely no ration or logic, we would be assuming it under not that we would make that person stay here and say, you're not enjoying this, you need help. We would say, you're allowed to deny even heaven. okay? And if they did, we would let them. So our assumption actually doesn't do harm to them.
Ideally, we would already know their exact trajectory for their entire life before allowing them into heaven. So the thing is, if you don't have a clue what's going to happen, then they're at risk.
If the only choice that you have, if the only choice is, let's take, there's a small room in front of you and me, and if the only choice, we walk into that room because it's the only room available. So we're in this room, and the only things in this room are, just take any hobby you like. I don't know, but you don't have to tell me. But whatever your hobbies are, things that bring you only pleasure and enjoyment that you like are in that room, and the same for me, okay? So you and I are in that room, and we get to play with these things for as long as we would like, only feeling joy, only feeling pleasure, and we get to leave whenever we want. Now, how much you play with your toys or do your hobbies, or if you'd like to play with mine, or if you'd like to stop playing for 2 days, that's not determined for you, you know, and we are not assuming that for each other. We're saying play, it's going to be fun, and you can play as long as you want. So what would be the problem in that, like, hypothetical room? Because we're not determining anything. We don't know how much you're going to play, when you want to. We just know if you play, you're going to have a good time. So what would be that, like, the problem left in the hypothetical?
Well, there'd be no problem if there's nothing problematic. But if there's any risk or danger of it going wrong somehow, causing suffering, then that would be problematic. But if not, then yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so I wanted to kind of just offer that idea as, again, not because I think that it right now is possible. I just think that on the pursuit of this path, if it so happens, I think I was wondering if someone like you, since I agree with you, would also agree that, hey, if there is no risk, then I would stay. And I would, not destroy it. Okay.
Exactly. So it's in a sense, it's about optimizing conditions for life. That's one way that I see it. If this is the acceptable standard for life, it's about making sure no life is in the unacceptable standards.
For sure.
And that's the priority. Now, if we get to a point where we can consider the other part of the picture, then yeah, we can definitely do that. But for now, the priority has to be prevention of suffering.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Thank you, James.
Thank you for coming on. Appreciate your time. Consider joining the movement. Join our Discord. If you want to do serious activism with us, then join the WhatsApp, which is also at the bottom of the page. If you're not sure yet, then join the Discord. That's more of the public server. So I'm going to go now. It's been a great stream. Thank you, everyone. I'm posting all of my streams on YouTube. If you want to see them, there's like 34 of them now. Search Universal Extinction. Search that on YouTube. You'll find all of my 34 streams and other videos as well. They're all like 2-3 hours long, so there's tons of my TikTok streams you can go and watch there. Universal Extinction. They've got about 60 views each, to answer Bob in the chat. So yeah, check out my videos, follow me on TikTok, come and speak to us, me and the rest of the activists in the movement, join the Discord or the WhatsApp, come and talk to us, become an activist, make videos, spread the message and help us grow the movement until we have enough people to carry out total extinction and to abolish all suffering. That's what it's about. It's about doing activism to grow the movement to make it possible. So that's what we're doing. Come and join us. We have the solution to suffering. Let's do it. How many activists are there? There's around 20, but it's growing every day. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you